Well, still not feeling good, but unlike this New Jersey Devils team, your boy Ace will never quit on you. Oh, welcome back, Devils fans. It is your host, Ace, here on Running with the Devils, where we are unfortunately talking New Jersey Devils hockey all year long. Please hit that subscribe button, smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And this game has been over for, I don't know, a couple hours now. So I figured, some of you were like, come on now. I'm like, you know what? Why not, right? I mean, this game's over. I'm watching 6-0, a spineless, gutless group. I have no words, guys. You know that I personally said this team I thought was cooked. I think it was November 22nd, a 3-game losing streak in Philadelphia. They eventually lost 2 more after that. It was a 5-game losing streak. And they've had a couple, decent games here and there, but in the end, consistently inconsistent. And this team is absolutely garbage. Garbage. Blow the entire thing up. I'm done with all of them. I will take offers on any. If I was running the team, which obviously I'm not, I would take offers on every single player. There is not an untouchable player on this roster. Out of respect for some of the veterans, I would keep them around and let them finish up here because they have families and stuff like Dilly, Connor Brown, Jake Allen, and that's probably it. Any other guy, send me your best offer because shop is open. And I am at the point where, unfortunately, guys, I was pumping my chest for win now. I think it's too late. It's too broken. I do think 22-23 signified the window being open. Because of the makeup of this team, it was a very open and shut window. It was a few years. 23-24, 24-25, and this season could have been prime if the right pieces were brought in. They were not. We have Tom Fitzgerald sleeping at the wheel. This man should have been fired forever ago. He will not be fired, and it is absolutely disgusting. This team is just a shell of a competitive hockey team, and at this point, unfortunately, I'm over this core. I'm over this group. Nothing can be done to fix it. People are now going to fire Keefe. There is no coach on the planet that will get these losers to perform. They are a group of losers. They've done nothing but lose their entire careers. They've been coddled. They're entirely too soft. There is no spine. There is no will to win. There is no anything. Absolutely anything. I am appalled at the franchise. A once proud franchise has fallen so far. Side topic, it really came into crystal clear view after the overreactions by so many people to poor Lukehughes being booed. My God, these people acted like this kid got tasered and jumped by thugs in an alleyway because he got booed. It just shows the mentality of a huge chunk of the fan base, the talking heads. It's all deplorable. And what do they do after that game? The atrocities against Luke, the crimes against Luke. How could you guys do such a thing? And what do they do to follow up that pathetic performance and poor Luke? What do? They go on the island, and guys, you're going to make fun of me. Congratulations. It's a new worst loss of the season. The previous worst loss was only a week ago or so, not even a 4-0 thumping in Toronto at the hands of the Maple Leafs. These losers go to the island and get punched in the face, kicked in the balls, and stone cold stunnered out of the building. Currently 6-0. Anthony Duclair with a hat trick. I mean, my God, there's nothing more you could say. If this isn't rock bottom, I don't want to see what is. This is the most spineless group in New Jersey Devils history. Most spineless group in New Jersey Devils history. Down 2 or 3-0. No one looks for a fight. No one looks to do anything. Everyone just accepts it. Loser mentality. I've been saying it for a long time. It has plagued this organization. It has plagued a ton of the fan base. Salute to all my OGs out there, because I feel like it is us against them, unfortunately. I never wanted to be that guy. But the reality is only the old school fans are the ones that are truly enraged, because we have seen what winning teams look like. We have seen what winning culture and winning organizations look like. And it has been so clear for so long that this organization does not give a flying about winning at all. And it shows. Keep marketing to these loser kids that have no idea what a winning team is. that, oh, everything's okay. How dare you boo? How dare you do this? I've never been more disgusted with a team in my entire life. Win or lose, we booze, guys, right? I think we lost this one, right? Was it 6-0? Yeah. Safe to say, drown our sorrows and lose our beverages. I hate my life. I hate this team. It's completely pathetic, guys. No coach is saving this. And the season is done. They're not making the playoffs. Playoffs. This team is much closer to a lottery team. It will play out that way. Obviously, this group sucks. Fitzgerald will not spend any assets. The punt team is coming in. Hopefully he gets canned, but I don't think he will. And round we go. And round we go. I'm at my wit's end, guys. Honestly, there is no light at the end of the tunnel here. The only thing I can hope for is that somehow they play to the emptiest of crowds at the Rock. The owners lose money, and they say, sorry, Fitzy, you said we would still be making money, and we're not, and you are now shown the door. The only hope for this team is a new GM that will come in and just Fitzgerald this entire debacle that he's made. That is the only hope for this team. I don't think it happens, but house needs to be cleaned. Every single person involved with the stench of this absolutely rotten fucking group that's won a single playoff round and pumps their chest when they make the playoffs like they won the cup. I am appalled. This is not the organization I grew up loving. There's really unrecognizable, unfortunately. Everything about this franchise is unrecognizable. It is absolutely disgusting. I'm sure there's going to be idiots after this game going, we got goalied, and we had, X amount of expected goals and this and that. Nah, expect this. Expect another loss. Expect nothing to happen. And expect just absolute garbage hockey for the rest of the season. It's completely pathetic. And the fact that not a single guy looked for a scrap when they were down 2-0, 3-0. They did nothing. You just go out with a whimper. Lay down and die, baby. The 25-26 New Jersey Devils lay down and die, the most gutless group of cowards that have ever disgraced this once proud logo. An absolute disgrace to the crest on the front of the jersey. I'm absolutely just, my God. There's not enough negative things to say about this team, honestly. Absolute trash. But I'm sure there's going to be the defenders and all the idiots after the game. I'm done with all of them. If you're one of them, I'm sorry. I have no respect for you. You don't give a shit about this team winning. You don't care about anything. And it doesn't make you a bad fan. I'm sorry. I have been the most optimistic guy for so long. I have fought with many of you, and it's all in good fun. I have no hate towards anybody, or at least most. I might hate a couple, but very few. It takes a lot for me to hate someone, a real lot. And we could debate, and we could go back and forth, and we could have different opinions, and it's all love, baby. I love all of you. We're all Devils fans, and we are all sitting here on this sinking ship, this Titanic-like sinking ship. The violinists are playing. We've hit the iceberg, and we're all just sitting here waiting for the water to fill this fucking thing. It's absolutely atrocious. I got the tea with honey, but this is pathetic. I mean, it doesn't get much. Oh, yeah, Sorokin making great saves. We got goalied, guys. We got goalied. We're not a horrible team. We got goalied. It was Sorokin. Absolutely tragic. And yeah, I would literally, Sorokin making some nice saves right now. The Devils may end up with 50 shots on net, but yeah, I don't care if they have 100 shots on net. And thank you guys for the supers. I'm going to get to your comments in a minute when I'm done ranting. I see them pending up there in the queue, but it's pathetic. This team cannot score. They have no backbone. They have no heart. They have no spine. It is the most gutless group in New Jersey Devils history. And I hate to say the Doomers were correct all along. The Doomers that said this core sucks, they're soft. Listen, I always had my concerns about them. And I certainly was not thrilled with the identity of the team as it was built. I am an old school fan. I have preached to you guys about tenacity, sandpaper, grit, all that stuff forever. I'm an old school fan, and that is the Devils I grew up watching. The league was much more of that overall. But playoff hockey, as you've seen, is warfare hockey. This team is not built for it. and the Panthers went out and showed everybody going to 3 cup finals in a row, winning back-to-back cups. You need to be able to punch teams in the mouth. This team is the softest, most pathetic team in the league. Furthermore, as an out-of-shape, fat 40-year-old man, your boy Ace, I'll call it like it is. I'm a fat 40-year-old guy. There's only one guy on this team that could kick my ass. One guy. I firmly believe I would ragdoll every single player on this team except for one. That is a pathetic stat. You cannot have a team with no backbone. And that's what this team is. Unfortunately, Euro skill, Euro finesse, it is getting you nowhere. We've seen it year after year with this group. Another season down the drain. Fitzgerald has done it. I mean, it is what it is. It's completely pathetic. It's completely pathetic. And listen, I have no ill will towards these guys as players. I love a lot of them, but it's time to break this thing up. There's some sort of malignant cancer spreading throughout the organization. Can't quite put my finger on it. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's very painfully obvious that this whole thing is broken. This whole thing must be burned to the ground, and I'm no longer in win now mode because this group cannot win now. No matter what you do, you are not winning with this group. They are as a group, they are losers, not as individuals, but as a group, they are losers. They will never win shit. And it's now time to, I guess, embrace a rebuild of sorts. And I never thought I'd say this, but here we are. You're not doing anything to this team to make them competitive. Nothing whatsoever. Because they showed us, for the last time, at least for me, they showed tonight what they are, and it's a spineless group of cowards who do not give a shit. They're stealing money from the organization. Oh, and there's another one. Unbelievable. Poor Markstrom. I mean, he had a shit game. But, I mean, my God. This is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic. It's pathetic, man. Tony D'Angelo getting on the board. I mean, wow. This is a team that does not care, and it's been evident for a while. They're just collecting a check, and it's all good, baby. Get them next game, guys. Better luck next time. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. There's going to be some real empty barns. January, February, March. They're going to be playing to a lot of empty seats, and they did it to themselves. And I can only hope that the cratering of ticket revenue ultimately leads to the demise of one Tom Fitzgerald, because that is the only thing that will make a difference. The report card for the ownership group is the money. Follow the money. And as long as the money's rolling in, Fitz is good. Now, if enough people are like, you know what, I'm fed up, I've had enough of this shit, I'm not paying to watch this gutless team, and there's empty crowds and they see that big hit in tickets, maybe that gets it done. That's our only hope. And so I've told you guys, unfortunately, I will be voting with my wallet. I will not be giving this organization another dime outside of the one game that I had already bought tickets to a long time ago. But wow. And my heart goes out to Keefe, because you know what? I won't be surprised if Fitzgerald scapegoats him, blames this on him, and fires him. It shouldn't be allowed. And at this point, you guys know I'm a Keefe guy, and I've defended him. He's been, with the last game, he's starting to lose me, and my support for him could be over very quick. I did not like his post-game press conference after the last game whatsoever. Lost a lot of points in my book. And we're going to see. I mean, you know, this is on Hulu, so they're not going to show Keefe. Maybe we can, I don't know how long it takes him to put it on YouTube. Maybe I'll pull it up on here when they put it up. But it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And at this point, I don't even care if Keefe gets fired anymore. I think it would be pathetic of the organization to allow Fitz to scapegoat another coach, because in my opinion, the main issue is Fitz. And at this point, I might say Fitz and the players might be 50-50 at this point. As much as I hate Fitz and thinks he should have been fired a long time ago, there is no excuse for these players to be playing this poorly. None whatsoever. And that's, you know, to Fitz's whatever, you he believed in this group for far too long. But this roster, this lineup playing tonight, they should never get curb stomped 7-0 by the Islanders. Shit, they should never get curb stomped by anybody. 7-0. But this team is absolute trash, and I'd burn the whole thing down and embrace a rebuild at this point. As disgusting as it is, if you sell high on almost all of these guys, you could end up with a shitload of first-round picks, maybe a couple younger roster players, and see what you can do. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but win now is out the window. This team cannot win now, period. Period. I'd sell everybody. Sell them all, baby. Who do you want? Come read our roster. Sell everybody because there's nobody worth keeping. This is a tragic group. Bear with me, folks. I'm just tinkering with some things here. But yeah, I mean, we're obviously long overdue for a complete cleanse. I would burn the whole thing down. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me. I still keep Marty. Guys that were part of the organization in winning years matter. I cannot put this dumpster fire on Marty. Obviously, he's somewhat guilty by association to some extent, but he is not a true decision maker, and I'm not going to put out a legend like him in a scenario like this. This is a dark night, guys. But yeah, it's a dark, dark night, guys. Let me get to some of these comments here. Thank you, guys. The 5-star, this will also be burned down. I'm down with Fitz and keep going. Dylan and Pesci can stay. Oh, I forgot about Pesci. My bad. Thank you for pointing that out. When I gave my list of guys I wouldn't annex to the moon, Brett Pesci certainly on there as well. The whole thing's got to be burned down. And at this point, if Keefe's a casualty with Fitz, I'm fine with that. I like Keefe, and I hope he does stick around. I do think he's a good coach. I just think this group is cancer, and he found himself getting booted from Toronto with a cancer core too. He got a new cancer core that's not as good as his previous one, mind you. That was a better core, also cancerous. He came to a Diet Coke version of that cancer core, and he's got another raw deal. But Fitz must go. He will not, and we'll see what happens. Love Dylan and Pesci. Thank you, the 5-star. Timomeier, I said it before, they're the most unlikable Devils team in the history of the franchise. I think I'm there with you. They have no balls, no accountability, nothing. Like you said, a bunch of losers. Completely agree. Completely agree. As a group, this will go down as one of the most spineless, most underachieving groups in franchise history. There's no doubt about it. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Cheers to you guys. Absolutely no balls. You thought, maybe there was so many points, right? And shame on me. This is what blind love does to you. This is like taking back the ex that cheated on you 7 times and being like, she's changed. She's different now. Ain't shit changed. It's the same shit over and over and over. And we're all living in denial. I did think Dilly's 1,000th game, he gets sucker punched. Poor guy gets sucker punched, KO'd. We get punched in the mouth, blow a 2-0 lead. I was like, could this be the turning point? Could this be the game that kind of wakes them up, lights a fire under their ass, and kind of leads them to do something to turn the season around? It was not. Then, was it the Toronto game where Keefe ripped them really good for probably the first time? Ripped them in the post-game press conference. It was like, will they respond to this? Could this be the turning point? And I don't even know if you could say that they responded. I mean, they were down 2-0 going into the third against Columbus, pulled one out of their ass. I celebrated the victory, but I told you guys this means nothing in the grand scheme of things. They got to consistently put games together. They did not, and it's right back to getting pumped. They won the Mammoth game, okay, but then, Daddy comes in and beats us at the Rock 3-1. The whole Lukehughes boo gate. And now they get curb stomped 7-0 on the island. And so for me, I am completely over this entire experiment. It has been a colossal failure, and it's time to look towards the future that hopefully is bright. We got the future's bright glasses, guys. I would just sell everybody as high as possible. Ryan, thank you for the super. Not the coaches, same course, same product year and year. Yeah, but at some point, I'm not pushing for it. If the coaches go out with Fitz, I'm okay with that. Now, if they get scapegoated and Fitz stays, I'll be furious. If it's like everybody's out the door, then I could live with it. I would prefer for them to have a shot with a GM who's going to give them some sort of support and try to fix this disaster. But it is the same core and the same losing shit year after year. Sunrise Arts, thank you for the super. It's nightmare level. They'll scapegoat Keefe and Fitz will be comfy. Josh Harris Inc. doesn't care. The Newage fans will forget after the season the franchise is unrecognizable. It's beyond nightmare. Hopefully Keefe does not get scapegoated. That would be tragic. The ownership only cares about money, and so hopefully there's enough tip in that revenue stream that they take notice and Fitz gets shown the door. But the new fans are clueless, and I hate to be that guy, but sorry. Time invested with this organization unfortunately does matter. And if you are a newer fan, you just don't know as much as the long-term fans do. And I hate to be that guy. But it's the reality. It's like trying to say that someone who's been on, let's just call it a software engineering job, right? Some kid comes out of college. He's been on a software engineering job for 3 years, and some of his coworkers have been there for 30 years. Well, guess what, guys? The 30-year vet knows a lot more. And there's no different with fandom, unfortunately. And I hate to, and this is not an attack on newer fans, but the reality is a lot of them, you just don't know any better. And that's okay. But don't come for the people that know what winning teams and winning franchises look like, because we all know this ain't it. This painfully is not it. Unrecognizable franchise, but thank you very much, Sun Arts. Ritter Engine, thank you for the super. Thank you for the group therapy sessions. Fire all. Cheers to that. Fire everybody. Fire everybody. This has been Sorokin doing the damn thing to preserve his shutout here. I mean, I think I tweeted to somebody in the first period. I was like, in the end, none of this matters. The Devils aren't going to score a goal tonight. And here we are. They're not going to score, obviously. Ryan and Respect, thank you for the super. SST, Suk, Woodson, all of them, they were all right. This group is a bunch of frauds. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They were right. I think it was, in my opinion, again, a lot of them were saying it for a long time. I hadn't seen enough. I'm a little more forgiving. And I did believe if the right complementary pieces were brought in, I did believe that they could make a push. The right pieces were never brought in, and now it's too late. This team is just broken mentally, physically, broken in every way imaginable, and it doesn't matter what you bring in here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, another one. Holy shit. I mean, if this doesn't scream fucking fire everybody, guys, right? I mean, my God. If this does not scream burn it down, 8-0. 8-0. 8-0. What an absolute shit kicking. Wow. What a way for a team to find their mojo, right? Play the New Jersey Devils. You'll never feel better about your game. Congratulations to the Islanders. Congratulations to my boy, Pat. He's a big Islander fan. So I was talking to him earlier, and wow. Just a stomping. What is this at center ice? Oh, guys are going to be tough now when it's 8-0. Fuck off the ice. Play. It's 8-0. What game are you playing? You're going to be fake tough guys now? Oh, God, please. You ain't getting nothing. Bunch of cowards. Unbelievable. Maybe they should pull the goalie. I think they could score 8 goals in a minute. Pathetic. Oh, my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is unbelievable. I want him to get 10. Get 10. Get 10 goals. Unbelievable. 9-0. Fire Fitzgerald from the heavens. From the heavens. If you are a Devils fan and you care about this team, and you care about this team at all, and you're on social media, tweet, write, hashtag Fire Fitz from the heavens. This is unbelievable. Hold on, guys. Hold on. If this isn't one of the most tragic days in franchise history, my God. 9-0. Unfucking believable. Largest win in Islanders franchise history. I mean, I'm not even. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Right. Yeah, thank you. Cheater Tucker, Ace needs to locker box the top 6. It's just unfortunate, man. I'm just so devastated. A season that started off so promising. This team is absolute fraudulent, spineless. There's not enough terrible adjectives, and it kills me to say this. I don't like being negative. I have been so optimistic and fighted so many of you for so long, and I really thought I bought the fool's gold, guys. Shame on me, and I'm so sorry for pumping some of you up. I was high on this team in the summer. We went on an 8-game heater. I really started to believe it. And then the Devils do what the Devils do, and they just completely just wither and die. 9-0. One of the darkest nights in my Devils fan career. Absolutely disgusting. But thank you, Jeter Toker. The 5-star, we are so lucky with Dr. McMullen and Lou. God bless Lou Lamoriello and Dr. John McMullen. That is the franchise I grew up watching. That is the franchise I will always look back on. Fond memories as a kid with my family, friends, the old barn. And that is the only good times in franchise history. It has been a complete downward spiral ever since. And I literally identify or recognize nothing about the current version of this team other than our beautiful logo, who this group of losers disgraced tonight in Long Island. Unbelievable. Ryan and Respect, thank you for the super. Also, was back and forth on canceling my season tickets. After tonight, I'm done. The experience of friends is always fun, but I could do that on my own time. If you have season tickets at this point, you are a glutton for punishment, and you do not value your hard-earned dollar. I'm sorry to say. I'm not going to get into all that right now, but to continually pay money and invest time for a team that has shown they do not give a shit about you, I'm done, and it kills me. You guys know. Listen, I'm sitting. A huge part of my life is this team, and it kills me to be this negative. But I have to be realistic. This is where we are. There is nothing good about this team right now. There is a malignant cancer in the organization that has spread from the top on down, and it has now infested the on-ice product. Curb stomped 9-0 by the New York Islanders, and there's no relief in sight. None. As long as Fitzgerald is here, there is no hope. There is absolutely no hope. It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, Riot, yeah, I'm sure you'll make the right decision. Zupamaki, thank you for the super. Harrods, Blitzer are pathetic. Fitz is a cancer to this organization. Cowardly group of paycheck collectors. No fight, no grit, no identity. This goes beyond Fitz, though, guys. Listen, as much as I dislike Fitz and believe he should have been fired a long time ago, there is no excuse for the lineup that played on the island tonight to get their teeth kicked in 9-0 by the Islanders. You should never lose 9-0 in this league to any team. The greatest team the greatest team in regular season history should not beat you 9-0. Never mind the New York Islanders, and no shade to them. I think they're going to be a solid team. I think they can make some noise in the playoffs, but it's not like they're the 80s Oilers. They're a good team. They're not this out of this world team. And they kicked our teeth in 9-0. This goes beyond Fitz. This is in the locker room. This is on the ice. This is everywhere. And there needs to be sweeping changes because this organization is fully cooked. Fully cooked. Fully cooked. Army, thank you for the super. Keith, be a bad coach. Not the right coach for us. System don't fit. We know we can be good. Need a smarter, better coach, a.k.a. DeBoer save the season. Oh, RME. Send me your dealer's number, dog, because you got that strong. You got that good stuff. If you reincarnated Herb Brooks from the dead and had Larry Robinson, Jacques Lemaire, every great coach in history could not get this group of spineless pukes to play consistently. That is the sad reality. So people are, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we find out Keefe is fired tomorrow, honestly. And if they scapegoat Keefe, shame on the organization if they let Fitz do that. Again, if it's a full house cleaning all at once, I would accept it. I don't think Keefe is deserving of it just yet. I'm probably getting pretty damn close with him, though. He lost a lot of points in my book. He lost a lot of points in my book with that post-game press conference after the last game. But after tonight's performance, at this point, nobody should be safe. Nobody should be safe whatsoever. This is just grotesque. And this is beyond the coach and his system. I mean, this is just, we're witnessing historic levels of garbage play for an extended period of time. It's unbelievable. No one is saving the season. The season's over. The season is completely over. We can only hope that a GM is brought in that can start to clean up the mess. And it's not going to be an easy process. If Fitz is gone, which he probably won't be, but in the unlikely event that he is, there is a long cleanup hazmat situation, Chernobyl levels of nuclear waste cleanup that the next man is going to have to do in the wake of the absolute tragedy that Tom Fitzgerald has turned this organization into. The 5-star, thank you for the super. Anton Salayev, the guy needs to stay. Beast. I mean, listen, that's a future piece. Big, nasty defenseman in the KHL. Hopefully he turns out to be a good player for this team in years from now. Hold on, guys. I'm just checking on some things. I just can't get excited about the future. I was literally the biggest win now guy up until the puck drop was at 7:30. So I don't know, 7:35. After the first goal, I already knew what time it was. I said, this team is going to implode in this game. And I never anticipated 9-0. I thought we might lose like 4-1 or something. 9-0 you could only hope that a thorough beating like this will lead to change. I don't think it will. We could continue to hope that it does, but the reality is probably nothing will change, at least for this season. And I guess my biggest hope at this point is that Fitzgerald doesn't do any further damage, because this guy can, believe it or not, can go out there and mess this thing up even more than it's already messed up. But he needs to be gone. They need to get a GM with a vision that's going to come in here, put on that hazmat suit, clean house, carve out the cancer, and start just selling off some of these career underachieving losers. Timu, thank you for the Super Mickey Mouse franchise. Yeah, Wayne was right 40 years ago, whenever it was. Maybe we weren't at the time, but we've come full circle and call the Disney Channel. We certainly are a Mickey Mouse franchise right now. There's no way around it. And I hate to be that guy. And again, it kills me to talk so poorly about a team I love, a team that is embedded in my DNA, a team that I have loved since I was a small child, have lived and died with this team. Every holiday, every birthday, every gift I ever asked my parents for was somehow tied to the New Jersey Devils, whether it was tickets, merchandise, whatever it was. A huge part of my life and always will be. But as many others have pointed out, this is an unrecognizable franchise right now. This is not the Devils that I grew up watching and loving at all. Nothing about them. Nothing whatsoever. Yo, Stan, thank you for the super. 9-0 Islanders. I'm so sick to my stomach. What's next? What's next is we all sit, hope, and wish that Fitzgerald gets fired. That's the only thing we could do. Cheers to all of you. Drown our sorrows, guys. What an absolute tragic night. One of the darkest nights in franchise history. And I have no words. I have no words. The only words I have are, we can only hope that this idiot gets fired. That's it. There's nothing else. There's absolutely nothing else at this point. There's nothing else to hope for other than a GM with vision comes in and starts to clean it up, and we could be a respectable team within a few years. But I am fully on the sell everybody wagon. You're not winning with this group, and so you might as well try to start sell all of these guys as high as possible. And when I say sell everybody, I literally mean everybody. Sell everyone. Everyone. Ride and respect. This franchise is my worst nightmare. I do not want to see any of them ever again. Yeah, I at this point, I love a lot of these guys, but love hurts. Love stings. I'm over it. And, they got to tough decisions need to be made, and Fitzgerald's not the guy to do it, obviously. He's not the guy. It's unbelievable. I have a bad feeling, guys. I have a really bad feeling. I have a really bad feeling that he's going to get that Fitz is going to get away with scapegoating Keefe, and that'll really piss me off. That will really piss me off, and I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if we hear if Keefe is fired tomorrow. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't. It would be disgusting, and I'd be furious. But nothing will surprise me anymore, because this guy's been in witness protection for months now, hiding from the media, will not face the music, will not do anything. Meanwhile, you see around the league, just in case people are unaware, there's tons of GMs, even the Jets, Winnipeg Jets having an awful season. Their GM came out and faced the music. GMs across the league are not in witness protection. They are not hiding. They are facing the media. This man is not. And honestly, he's not going to get fired. But to continually hide amidst a calamity of a season is crazy. Army, thank you for the super. This isn't tragic, Ace. Losing 2-0 or 9-0 doesn't affect points, but it does possibly smack some sense into the owners. I don't think so. I think the only thing that will make this ownership group move is loss of revenue. And you already know where we're at with that. I've been boycotting for a while now. It kills me, like I said. I do love this team more than anything. It is a huge part of my life. It literally is embedded in my DNA. But I cannot, in my right consciousness, continue to be part of the problem. Because if you are paying money to go watch this product, after the team has told you everything's fine, status quo, Fitzgerald's the guy, to continually insult our intelligence, I cannot be complicit in these crimes. I cannot be a co-conspirator. And so I cannot pay my hard-earned money to go watch this and continually be insulted. I cannot. And so if enough people do the same, could it possibly make a difference? Maybe, maybe not. But all I could do is my part, and my part is voicing my displeasure with my wallet. I will not give this organization a dime for quite some time. Again, outside of the one game that I've already, committed to. And that's it. And that's it. I do think, unfortunately, the almighty dollar is the report card for this organization. And that's the only thing they're going to respond to. And so if enough people show their frustration by not showing up, it's the only chance we got. I don't know that it'll be enough. There probably is enough, season ticket holders who have sealed their fate, who will be there no matter what, because they've already paid for it. And my heart goes out to them to have to continually drive to Newark to go to the Prudential Center to watch this team. But I've been insulted long enough. I will not be insulted any longer. But cheers to all you guys. I love you all. We're all in this together. We're all Devils fans. We're all suffering. Some of us have been suffering longer than others, but we're all suffering. We are all in this together, and this is sad. It's a dark, dark time in New Jersey Devils franchise history. It truly is. These were supposed to be the bright years. These were supposed to be the bright years that we're living in after a decade-long rebuild, and instead we are living in an ongoing nightmare. In an ongoing nightmare. There is nothing positive about any of this. Nothing whatsoever. I would love to see house get cleaned. I'm okay with keeping Keefe. But keeping Fitzgerald is complete malpractice. I don't know if the headline of the 9-0, I don't know. I really do think it just comes down to money. But you'd imagine after the whole Carolina thing with Lukehughes, and the booing was kind of mainstream news, and it became way bigger of a thing than it should have been. But who knows? Maybe that's a positive in terms of affecting change, because that was on everybody's radar. It was a mainstream, hockey story. Lots of media outlets covered it, and it went well beyond Devil circles. And so I am sure that the owners were very aware of the situation. Who knows what their thoughts on it were? But you have that whole debacle followed up with a 9-0 absolute domination at the hands of the New York Islanders, and maybe the sheer shock value of the headline of 9-0 coming off the heels of that, maybe that can move them. I don't know. I do still think it only comes down to money. But my God, I mean, if this does not, and there's already been so many moments that I could say this about, right? But if this does not scream, fire everybody, like if it doesn't loudly scream it from the mountaintops, I don't know what more you need to see. And I will say, if Fitz is not fired tomorrow, then it's clear that he's here for the rest of the season at a minimum. At a minimum, but I believe my man's bulletproof. I believe he's fully bulletproof. I hope he's not, but I think he is. Cheers to all you guys. Loser beverages once again, and this is going down like poison. I've never enjoyed a Surfside less in my entire life, in the hundreds of Surfsides I've consumed. Alexander, thank you for the super. That might be the worst loss in Devils history. In terms of regular season, given the importance and the gravity of the moment, I have to say it very well may be. So I always have to go with playoff implications. So for me, offhand, it'll be hard to ever top the final game of the 95-96 regular season. Devils hosting the Ottawa Senators needed to win the game to get into the playoffs and defend their 1995 Stanley Cup win. Senators beat them. Devils don't make the playoffs and don't get to defend the cup. That one will probably be cemented in the number one spot for me. But this is just below it because of the fact that it was such a big game. It was as big of a January game as possible. And before the game, I tweeted, I believe this is the biggest January game in recent Devils history, if not Devils history, because of the fact that it's been such a up and down season with all the subplots and the bullshit. And then we had the whole Luke Boogate the last game, and we lost to Daddy, the Canes, and all the, oh, poor Luke and the Bleeding Hearts and the White Knights. How could you fans boo this guy? And so all the storm of all the BS, and it was like, if this group has any backbone, if they have any fight, they're going to come out, give it their all, and put up a big performance, and winning cures all. And this team did the exact opposite. Not only did they not win, they lost in the ugliest of fashions. And I'm excited and not excited at the same time to see the pathetic post-game press conferences the Devils put out after this one. I don't even know who they're going to have to face the media or what these guys are going to say, but it's going to be beyond tragic. This was a dark night in franchise history, and it should, at a minimum, signify the complete end of this core, for sure. I will say it's tough because I really don't want Fitz to make any other moves, honestly. I don't want him touching this team at all whatsoever. I really don't. And I do think there should be a core piece moved like tomorrow. I would love to see, Fitz and somebody else do it. That's probably asking for way too much, but somebody should be moved out immediately to really just send a shockwave. And then I just start shipping guys out one by one. One by one. You've all shown you don't care. You are not part of a winning culture. You've all been just bogged down in loser mentality. And this is why I talk about loser mentality. Losing a game 9-0 is completely inexcusable, but even more inexcusable, how does no one look for a fight after 2 or 3-0? Show the team, show the fans you give a shit. Instead, you just go out there and continually get stomped and your skull smashed off the curb. 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0. Have you had enough? No, 7-0, 8-0, 9-0. And nothing was done. Without a whimper, go out like the complete mice that they are. And listen, it's definitely one of the worst losses in Devils history, for sure, because it should signify that to anyone who was hanging on to hope about this core ain't it. It never was it. And again, I do think they were failed by Fitz. I do think if the right complementary pieces were brought in a couple years ago to insulate them and kind of groom them along, I do think they would have had a shot. But they are now so mentally weak and broken that it's all over, baby. Put a fork in them. They are done, and they're never winning anything here. And so for their mental health and for the betterment of their careers and for this organization, ship these guys off to playing teams, playoff teams that are willing to pay a premium. Send them all off. The 5-star, thank you for the super ace. We have no chance of changing the team. They're just collecting. My only hope is Team USA. Yeah, I was texting with one of my buddies. My only saving grace for this year in terms of hockey will be Team USA, the red, white, and blue. I do think they have a fighting chance to take out the mighty Canadians. I do think they have a chance. And I'm hoping for a great Olympic showing from them. Your boy will be on the ground in Milan, Italy, meeting up with our very own traveling devil out there. He didn't get that moniker for nothing, and he's traveling out to Italy as well. We will be rooting on the red, white, and blue, hoping to witness history and see the Americans capture a gold medal. We'll be going to tons of games. I'll be doing tons of vlogs. I'll be showing, stuff at the arena, warm-ups, game stuff. Walking around the sights and sounds of the streets of Italy. Obviously, I'll be stuffing my face with all types of great Italian cuisine, and I'm going to take you guys all along for the ride. Appreciate everybody who's been part of the journey thus far. I really wish this team was in a better state right now than it is. But, yeah, USA. That's where my hopes lie right now. Ryan and Respect, thank you for the super. One more. I was fooled after that 22-23 season thinking they could get back. This sorry, pathetic team is, I guess I'm supposed to say, isn't getting a single dollar from me no longer. I can't do it, and it kills me because one of my favorite pastimes and hobbies for years and years have been going to New Jersey Devils games with friends and family. It has been a huge part of my life. And for the moment, it will not be until there is change, until this organization shows that they are serious about winning and respecting their paying customers, us, the fans. I will not be going to anything or giving them any money. There's one game I had already committed to. That'll be it. Probably for the rest of the season, and it kills me. I love going to hockey games and watching this team more than anything, but this team has, the organization, I should say, has insulted me and my intelligence for the last time, refusing to make the rightful changes that are so overly necessary at this point, so overdue. Cannot give you my money in good faith. I cannot. The 5-star, thank you for the super. Ace, do you have a River Rats jersey? I do. I do. I have a couple. One, my favorite one is a Cam Jansen. I have a Cam Jansen game worn. A Cam Jansen game worn River Rats. What a, we were that was the AHL affiliate when we were a proud franchise. Albany River Rats, 1995 Calder Cup champs. What a time to be alive. Cling on to the glory years, old timers. That's all we got. This is not the organization we grew up watching and supporting. We could not have fallen further. We could not have fallen further than we have. It's truly sad. I'm heartbroken, and what are we gonna do? October is 9 months away. It's really gross, but I mentally accepted that this team was not going to make the playoffs probably about a few weeks ago. Yeah. Up until a few weeks ago, I was optimistic. After a few weeks ago, I was like, this group isn't it. They showed us, what they are. The forever napping general manager has showed us what he is capable of doing in season, which is nothing. Put himself in a corner, handcuffed himself entirely with all of the trade protection. We do not even have cap space to bring back Kovacevic. Honestly, the icing on the cake, and aside from the money thing, I think I brought this up a couple days ago. The only other hope we have for Fitzgerald taking heat is if Kovacevic is healed and ready to come back, and they do not bring him back because of lack of cap space. Hopefully, he files a grievance with the league, and that will kind of set some more wheels in motion to hopefully get Fitz out of here once and for all. But the problem is people don't realize not only is he the GM, he's also the president. Like, it's insane how much power this guy has. Completely clueless. Completely clueless. M-Force, thank you for the super. Looking back, you can see the cracks. I think it really came to a head when Nico got into a fight and the team gave zero proper response. Yeah, because this team just does not have the team toughness, grit, tenacity, brotherhood, whatever you want to call it. They do not have it, and it's unfortunate. This goes back actually to the infamous holiday break of last season. This team was somehow neutered, and I need to understand why. In October, November, and December, this team truly was heavier, edgier, more violent. They led the league in fighting majors. We were mixing it up on the regular. Scrums galore. We were not taking shit. We were dropping the mitts, face washing dudes, crashing the crease. We were everywhere. We were physically engaged regularly, and the team was flying high, and the record was impeccable. Then the holiday break came. I don't know what the hell happened. They stopped fighting. They stopped engaging physically, and they fell off a cliff. And it continued on this season in the calendar year of 2025. What a horrific year. But you know what? 2026 is looking like more of the same for this group. Nothing positive to cling on to hope for. Shut out once again. And it's pathetic. Completely pathetic. But hats off to the Islanders. That's a team that's done it right. And I know a lot of people aren't going to want to hear it. Lou Lamoriello still has his fingerprints all over this mother, baby. All over this mother. Lou set this thing up. Credit to Darce. Their new GM came in and made some big changes too. But Lou set this thing up. And for all of you who just don't even understand what a gangster Lou Lamoriello is in his advanced age at the end of his career, still made meaningful moves to put this Islanders team in a position to be competitive. To be competitive, Lou Lamoriello, the old man may have given some final gifts to Islanders fans. I mean, hiring Patty Waugh, that's a coach with a backbone and balls. He scratched Duclair. I believe they said Duclair was scratched a couple games. He came back and had a hat trick. It's unbelievable. I guess we can only look forward to maybe Paulie Cotter getting a hat trick the next time he sees the ice for the Devils. But it's insane, man. It's insane. For anyone hating on Lou, I would take Lou tomorrow. Tomorrow. Give me Lou Lamoriello back tomorrow. Because while he may not be in his prime, he certainly knows what cancer looks like. He knows what the makeup of a winning team looks like. And he certainly would have not have allowed this complete shitstorm to fester for all of these years that we've seen here. Some of these dudes would have been gone years ago. Years ago. But the cracks have shown even before this, M-Force. But yeah, I mean, that is true. It's like, oh yeah, Nico fought Matthew Nyes, got buried, and then nothing. There should have been more fights following up after that, but absolutely nothing. As much as I love some of these players as individuals, I have never been more disgusted with the team as a whole. And I'm just done. Sell everybody. Sell everybody. Burn the entire thing down. They are going nowhere fast. And it is what it is. And it is what it is. Scoot, thank you for the super. Ace, for your next pack of high noons. Cheers. Thank you, Scoot. Cheers to you, sir. I'm going to have to go back to the hard stuff soon. Still recovering a little bit under the weather. Obviously, the voice came back a little bit. Appreciate you all for bearing through the little bit of the raspiness. It is a little better than the last game, but still not 100%. And I will put myself through the pain and suffering of watching every game for the rest of the season, but I will be watching it from the comfort of my home, where I will drink my own beverages and my own food. Cheers to you guys. And I will not be dragging myself to the arena to have my intelligence insulted for the 100th time. Unbelievable. David Chimes, thank you for the super. Country Club, not Paul Markey to give Allen a day off. I mean, I could go both ways with this. Who really knows behind closed doors? Like maybe, I don't know. I don't know if Keith's trying to send a message to the team. Was he maybe trying to send a message to Markey? Is it purely just trying to keep Jake Allen fresh for the next game, knowing that this game was over before it started? Who really knows? And at this point, I honestly don't even give a shit. This team is so broken, is so cancer-ridden. There needs to be sweeping changes, and they need to have happened yesterday. Nothing positive will happen for this group until sweeping changes are made, and it may take till the offseason, and it may take even longer than that, guys. As long as Fitz is here, I think he's in love with all of these players. He thinks none of their shit stinks. He thinks what they are. And you would think that these guys won 3 cups as a unit, and he's refusing to break up the band. Like, they've won a single playoff round. It's completely insane. Completely insane. But thank you, David. Jersey Mike, thank you for the super. Whose fault was this mostly? If you're talking about tonight specifically, I would say our cowardly players who didn't show up and acted like they did not give a shit about this game. That's who I would blame. But if you're just talking about this entire broken season and the past several seasons, it starts with Fitz. It starts with Fitz. And again, people don't want to hear it, but the window truly opened. 22-23, a franchise record 112 points, won a playoff round against our arch rivals, the New York Rangers, and that's when the window opened. But everyone wanted to talk about how bright the future was and how good we were going to be one day, and the whole thing just went right before our eyes. And I told everybody, said this team is not full of 18 and 19-year-olds. Everyone's talking like this group is all 19, 20-year-olds, and no, guys, we had guys approaching their primes, and careers go fast. I don't want to get on a soapbox and rant some more, but it happens in the blink of an eye. We've seen it before with prior cores, Travis Zajac, Zach Parise, David Clarkson, like bang, before you know it, it's like, oh shit, they were here 7-8 years. Couldn't get it done. And here we are having the same conversation with this core. And at this point, I'm going to say good riddance. Good riddance. This group has brought nothing but heartache, and I look forward to the new chapter in Devils history whenever that starts. It's probably not going to officially get underway probably for a while. Probably for quite some time. But at some point, changes will be made at some point. I just don't know how long it's going to take, and I just hope that Fitz does not do any more damage in the interim, because there's already been plenty of damage done. Like, if the owners were responsible, he would have been fired a long time ago. But better late than never, and no better time like the present. Would love to see the news come across tomorrow that he's been released. I have no expectations of it. But to allow him to stick around and potentially do more damage is even worse. But with his track record, the odds are he's going to do nothing. He's going to hope and wish. He's going to do nothing, and, everything just more of the same. But thank you, Jersey Mike. Turco, thank you for the super, my man. Everyone, if you have season tickets, do buybacks with as many as you can today. Stop giving them money. This is from a very jaded season ticket holder suggesting to do buybacks. I imagine they're probably coming in hot and will continue to happen tomorrow. And I won't be surprised if they do some shenanigans where they turn them off or limit them, or some kind of absolute clownery to limit it, because they could be staring down the barrel of a massive financial loss. If season ticket holders en masse activate the sellbacks, the team will then be buying back inventory that will, by and large, be very unsellable, or at least much less valuable from a price point perspective than in many other seasons. But here's a season ticket holder telling you to do all your buybacks now and stop giving them money. I certainly will not be giving them a dime. Cheers to you, Turco. Official D-head. This team is pathetic. Jack, Luke, and Fitz can all go. The softest Sharman team. No heart, no heart. Everybody could go, in my opinion. I have no attachment at this point to anyone. It will hurt in some ways if and when some of these guys are shipped. But in the end, I've always preached it. I'm a Lou Lamoriello kid, folks. I come from the Lou Lamoriello school. I was raised by Lou. And it'll always be about the crest on the front over the name on the back. And the names, I should say, on the back have done nothing but underachieve for years now. I am sick of it. I am done trying to convince myself that one day it'll change. Like I said, this is taking back the toxic ex that cheated on you 17 times and telling yourself that this time it's different. She's changed. She's not doing that anymore. No, nothing has changed. Shame on us. We've been bamboozled for far too long. And I'm done. I will not be fooled anymore. I will not be fooled anymore. And it breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart to fully go into rebuild mode now. Because this is where we are. Anything short of selling pieces now, like, what are we even talking about, right? Like, and again, I was the biggest win now guy up until 3 hours ago. But this team is not winning shit. And so the only logical thing to do is sell high. Sell high. Maybe keep a couple of the guys around. I don't even know how I would determine that. I would probably do I don't even know. I would probably do if I was in charge of the team, I would have a good handle on where guys are in terms of their mindsets and mentality and all of that. And so I would only keep true warriors around. Warrior mentality, guys that are going to give it their all. At this point, I really question who those guys are. There's definitely at least a few of them. But if you do not have the right psyche and you don't have it up here, you're gone. You are gone. But this is one of the softest Devils teams of all time, and there's no heart, no anything. And tonight was a painful illustration of it. A painful illustration. Getting curb stomped by the New York Islanders. 9-0. Coming off of the Lukehughes boogate. Poor Luke. Poor Luke. How could you guys possibly boom? 9-0. One of the darkest nights in franchise history. Yeah, I'm just disgusted, guys. I mean, there's no redeeming qualities about this team, like none. I wish I had something to be positive about. And I hate to be this negative, but this is just my truth. Like I told you guys, good, bad, indifferent, popular, not popular. The only thing I could do is give you my true, honest opinions. And this is where I'm at right now. I feel like I got kicked in the nuts 50 times over tonight. 50 times over. I have literally nothing positive to say about this team whatsoever. Nothing. I mean, what? Shimo Nemitz is going to be a great defenseman. I think that's all I got for you right now. Nemo is going to be awesome. I mean, I really do not think I have a single thing outside of that. And that's sad. That's really sad. Bobby, thank you for the super. Hello, Ace. This is truly a downright embarrassing loss. Our power play truly sucks. Markey's outright trash and should have been pulled after the second goal. We couldn't even score in a wide open net. I'm truly at a loss for words. So sad. Oh, I mean, embarrassing loss is an understatement. I mean, this should be a death sentence for many people. I mean, there should be folks packing their shit in those brown moving boxes at the Rock right now. Like, they should actively be packing the boxes and walking out of the arena, never to be seen or heard from again. That's not going to happen. But they should all be getting perp walked by arena security right now, and thankful that there's no criminal charges being brought against them and they're just being terminated, because this will go down for eternity as the biggest failure of an era, or time span, whatever you want to call it, in franchise history, because what Fitzgerald stepped into here, what Ray Shero set up for him. Rest in peace to Ray Shero. He's rolling in his grave watching what Tom Fitzgerald has done with the situation he had left him. Starting off with nicohischier, Jesper Bratt, and Jackhughes as organizational foundation building blocks. Three amazing pieces to start with. Cap space galore. Draft capital galore. Getting more draft fortunes and winning lotteries and picking high. And this guy just burned it all. Can't draft for shit. Couldn't do anything of meaning. I mean, yeah, he had a couple decent, the timomeier trade, great glove cap for that. And a couple good offseason signings. But outside of that, has just run this thing into the ditch. And this will forever be the darkest period of New Jersey Devils hockey in franchise history. What should have been truly bright years after the decade-long rebuild. We should have been living in the brightest of years right now. We should have been living in the brightest of years right now, and it's anything but. We are living in an apocalyptic darkness equivalent to the deepest depths of the sea. There is not a glimmer of light for this organization right now, and it's disgusting. Obviously, a terrible night for Markey. Again, as you know, many people, I gave him the benefit of the doubt early on in the season. I defended him. I told you guys, obviously, he's shown that he takes a while to get warmed up. Hopefully, that's what's happening here. And he put together a few solid games, and many of you jumped the gun and were like, Markey's back. And I told you guys, just like this team as a whole, with Markey specifically, I was like, listen, pump the brakes. I'm not calling anyone or anything back until I see much more consistency. I need to see a much larger body of work before I can remotely get excited and proclaim anyone back or this team back on track. I need to see a lot more. And sure enough, just when a lot of people thought Markey was back, he goes out there tonight and gets absolutely lit up. His numbers are going to be god awful. I mean, my God, have they updated? Let me see. If they've updated, I mean, his save percentage and goals against is just going to be comical after tonight. I don't even know if this is updated. It's showing a goals against of 3.2 and a save percentage of 888. I feel like that's not updated. If it is, he's lucky. That's all it is. I thought it would be much worse. But Markey, he could be done. I don't want to say that he is, and I'm hoping he's not. Obviously, he signed for 2 more years. Obviously, a very mysterious timing of the extension. I hoped it would pan out, but it was very mysterious. The timing of it did seem very unnecessary. At the time, there was plenty of time, and as a once wise GM said, Lou Lamoriello, when you have time, use it. Fitzy uses all the time in the world and is super patient for everything else, but apparently he just needed to get Markey signed. And he could be completely done. I don't know. He may come out and pitch a shutout his next start. Who knows? He could be a thrill ride. You may never know what you're going to get for him. But hopefully he could provide something at some point. But at this point, I am just so tragically down on everything that I don't even know what to say. Sorokin had a solid game. Obviously, the Devils should have scored a couple goals tonight at least, or a few. But was not in the cards. Shutout once again. Sunrise Arts, thank you for the super. Biz is attacking Devils fans as loons for wanting change. He retweeted Pasha for going after the owners and Fitz. I do think that, unfortunately, in terms of getting a fair shake from Biz, his kind of rivalry and whatever else you want to call it with Pasha will never allow him to kind of objectively judge a situation. And so he's always going to kind of go at Pasha or go against him. I think that's just kind of the nature of their relationship and whatever. And that's fine. It is what it is, but he's certainly not off the rails for wanting change because he has seen what's been going on here. And the team is heading nowhere fast. They're heading nowhere fast. and the team needs sweeping changes. So, unfortunate for Pasha, but Biz is never going to give him a fair shake. But Pasha finally, came to his senses. Codes, thank you for the super. Trade the shades for a paper bag. So funny enough, I was looking for a paper bag and I could not find one. I don't know what happened to the one I had last time. I don't know if you guys are aware, but I believe they're illegal in New Jersey. I believe they're actually illegal. And so I do not have a paper bag on hand. I certainly planned on starting the live or possibly even doing the entire live wearing it. But I could not locate one. And so I will have to find one soon because obviously we are well into paper bag territory. Unfortunately, we're well into paper bag territory. I don't know how this ends. It could just be us slowly bleeding out like a wounded deer. But really, the only thing I can hope is that Fitz can tomorrow. I mean, my God. The 5-star, why is Lou so much better than an actual player related to Matt and Brady? Maybe part of it could be, just like the players are chilling because there's no accountability and they're comfortable because, most of them have no trade protection and no move clauses and they're not going anywhere. Fitz may be very, very secure in his job and he may know that. And so that may make him even more kind of hesitant or whatever you want to call it than he should be. Because if he knows his job's not in jeopardy, he's going to tell ownership, no, you guys, you don't understand. We got injured again. Jack was out for 20 games. We had some other injuries. There were some setbacks, but don't worry. The future is bright. We'll be back next year. But, looking at this team that's going to miss the playoffs again, you're talking about a team, just to recap for those that lost track, a team that set a franchise record with 112 points in 22-23, won a 7-game playoff series against the Rangers, to follow it up in the 23-24 season with a playoff miss because of Fitz's inactions and unwillingness to get a goalie when we needed one. Missed the playoffs. 24-25 last season, pretty much punts on the season when Jack goes down. We back into the playoffs and get smashed by the Canes once again in 5 games. And now we're missing the playoffs this year. So you're talking about after a literal franchise record setting season, we are going to miss the playoffs, win a single game, miss the playoffs. One playoff game won since the franchise record setting season. And if you want to throw the franchise record setting season in there, 6 playoff wins, 1 series won. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. CNJ Dev, thank you for the super. Dude, everyone vanishes in losses. Seriously. Are you talking about the players? I don't know what you're talking about. There's tons of people in here right now. Everyone's furious. And shout out to all of you. Cheers to all of you guys. It's a shame that we're going through this together. I might have to go find a bottle to numb the pain. The Surfside alone. Shout out to Surfside. This is the peach tea and vodka. Delicious. Doesn't taste too good right now, but plenty of these guys have vanished in wins. Plenty of them have vanished in wins. Well, let's be real. How many of these guys were complete non-factors when Jackhughes went down? You're like, yeah, hopefully some of these other, fairly big names step up, and they were nowhere to be found. They're all on the milk carton. Where are you guys? Where are you? Guys on pace for probably career worst seasons. Like, I have no more answers, but I think it's now painfully obvious to everybody, including the most optimistic of people, that this group ain't it. That this group simply is not it. And anyone who tries to convince themselves otherwise, you're fooling yourself. I held on to, again, I'm one of the most positive people and held on for so long, and I got flamed by many of you. And I kept fighting the good fight until I had no fight left. When I get to a certain point where I have seen enough, I will declare a team toast. And we unfortunately got to that point. For me, it was weeks ago. The writing was on the wall. I think we've seen enough to know that this team is just not good enough. And it lacks a lot of characteristics and characters that make up winning teams. And that's it. That's the sad reality. And until we have a GM that fully understands what a roster top to bottom looks like, including role players and the types of dynamics you need for a locker room, on and off the ice. Pathetic. Completely pathetic on so many levels. The Faustian man, thank you for the super. Oh, look at this. 1994. How clever. Rangers fan here. I'm just here for the rant. Love the channel. Really appreciate that, Faustian man. Like the nod to the last time your team won a cup. It's been a while for your boys as well. And I appreciate that. Anytime that I get positive kind of feedback or comments from a fan of another team, that means the most to me, obviously, because you find some sort of value in what I'm saying as a fan of not of the Devils. And obviously I appreciate all my Devils fans too, but it does take on a little bit of a different significance coming from a fan of another team, and even more specifically a Rangers fan. So I thank you very much, Faustian man. It really does mean a lot. I appreciate the super. Hopefully when our teams meet, is it March 7th? Hopefully the game means something for both teams. Yeah, March 7th, Saturday afternoon. I mean, what a complete fraudulent thing by the schedule makers, making us wait for the Hudson River rivalry until March 7th. Completely insane that we have to wait that long. It's still 2 months away, and we're 3 months into the hockey season. I mean, shame on the schedule makers. This is one of the greatest faux pas I think I've ever seen in schedule making. I don't know how you could possibly make fans wait for that long, but hopefully the game means something for both teams. I think the Devils could be very well out of the playoffs at that point. I hope not, but we may be playing for a lottery pick at that point. But thank you very much, Faustian man. Really appreciate it. Daniel Pino, thank you for the super. You can't polish a turd. Also, Jack should not be on Team USA either for Four Nations or Olympics. Wow. This is a tough one. I do like Jack when he is healthy, when he's at the top of his game. He is a game breaker. He is one of the best players in the league, in my opinion. But he's obviously compromised right now. I do think, we're still a little more than a month away from the start of the Olympics. And I do think he will be much better when the Olympics come around. I do think the Olympic brass like him a lot. I do think a lot of the guys on that team probably like him a lot. And so I think a lot of that goes into it. Obviously, it does not hurt that Quinn Hughes is his brother. I mean, that obviously matters. But it's not like we're talking about Luke getting on the team because of his last name. I mean, Jack is a big-time player now. Did he disappear a little bit in the Four Nations? He did. I hope he took that as a learning experience. I certainly hope that he has a much better showing at the Olympics, and we're going to see. I do think we are going to learn a lot about him as a player during the rest of the season. With the Devils, both before and after the Olympics, and also during the Olympics. Can he raise his game? Can he be a difference maker, playing with top-tier talent, playing in some of the most competitive hockey on planet Earth? Best on best, international competition. We're going to see. I hope he proves everybody wrong, and we're going to find out. But I certainly understand why you may have that viewpoint, because he was a non-factor in the Four Nations tournament. LCMP Echo Request, thank you for the super. If it's possible to drop, wow. If it's possible to drop Jack from Team USA, that needs to happen ASAP. Would you rather have Jack playing on the wing in Milan or Jason Robertson? I'm a Devils fan. I'm curious why they're so down on Robertson. We're never going to find out. If I'm being honest, if I wasn't a Devils fan, it's an easy Jason Robertson. But selfishly, I am a Devils fan, and that's always going to come into play. I do think, aside from wanting to watch one of our own play for Team USA, I do think it is an invaluable learning experience for him, both on and off the ice, to be around some of these men, grizzled men, veteran, proven winners with swagger, that go about their business properly, that know what it takes to win, and will do everything in their power to win. And so selfishly, as a fan of the Devils, I want to see our guy. Jack's our guy. Whether you however you feel about him right now, he's our guy. I selfishly want him to get that experience on the biggest of stages and hope that he, A, can help Team USA win a gold, and B, bring a lot of things back with him from Italy that will serve him well as a New Jersey Devil. But I will say, if I was a fan of any other team, I would certainly say Robertson, if I'm being fair. But I am a Devils fan, and so that will play a part of it. Fentanyl Floyd, thank you for the super. Nico equals a soft captain leading a soft team trade. Oof. I knew somebody was going to take it here. And I'm on the fence about this. I love Nico. I really do. I feel like he has been failed by this organization since he was drafted. He never was in a locker room with longtime veterans, longtime leaders that were going to groom him properly. It just never happened here. And that is an organizational fail. Now, I do love Nico, think he's a great player. Ideally, and I've said this before, do I think he's automatically a terrible captain because of everything going on? I'm going to say no. Because current players, former players have all said, that for the most part, that you can lead in different ways. I understand why people are down on him. I understand how the body language does not look good. And I get all of that. But we are kind of compromised or biased because a lot of us grew up with Scott Stevens, and they could not be different players or personalities. Would I prefer to have a fiery captain like a Tkachuk brother? Absolutely. I will never back down from that. That is the type of, I want the piss and vinegar guys that are going to, snap sticks, yell in guys' faces, punch the other team in the face, drag guys into the fight, crash the crease. Brady Tkachuk is my unicorn. You guys all know that. I will not, I am not going to say that means like screw Nico or anything like that. I do love Nico. I am starting to question, what his future looks like here. And I do think they could bring in some right pieces and maybe leave him as one of the remaining pieces to sort of build around. But, his style of play absolutely cannot be the identity of the team. And the reality is, with him and Jack and Bratter, while they're not exactly the same player, they are redundant in the fact that they are more finesse skill players. And that did undoubtedly become the identity of this team. And as I've told you guys forever, and many of you already thought, many of you didn't believe, but that is not a winning identity, unfortunately. You absolutely need those types of pieces on your team. You need the skill finesse guys. But when all you have is skill and finesse guys, and that is your true identity, and you don't have that nasty, gritty type player, the skilled grit with the sandpaper, the attitude, the swagger, the guys that are going to go to war, you're not going anywhere. And this team has shown it. They have shown it to you season after season. And so for me, especially with the pending, contract coming up, who knows where Nico's head's at? I've talked about this for months now. He may, think that he has greener pastures waiting for him somewhere. He may want to stick it out here and he may not. For his mental sanity, I almost hope that he just tells the team to ship him out of here because this is just a poisonous situation. And I love Nico, but I feel like for his mental sanity, he needs to be out of here. But we're going to see. I wish nothing but the best for him, whether he remains here or he goes somewhere else. And I do think he can be a missing piece that puts a contending team over the top. I really do believe that. Ryan and Respect, thank you for the super. After hearing Keith's presser, he can go too. I don't even care anymore. I don't even want to watch it yet. I'll probably watch it when I get off of here with everything else. And I will probably make another video just kind of about the state of the team at this point. Maybe early tomorrow morning. And I haven't watched it yet, and I don't want to get fired up right now. I could probably guess a lot of what was said, and it probably was not harsh or direct enough, I can imagine. But he may find himself out of a job tomorrow. I would not be surprised in the slightest if we wake up to news that he's done. And I think it'd be a shame. But I really didn't like what I saw from him after the last game and how this team responded tonight. And again, I put a lot of blame on the players, but with the whole, oh my God, Luke was booed and we lost to Carolina. To get thoroughly stomped 9-0 against the Islanders, it should be the beginning of the end for many. It should be an organizational cleansing, honestly. Anything short of a cleansing after a loss like that, it just tells you where the team is at, honestly, and where their priorities lie. And unfortunately, right now, I can't tell you with a straight face that I think this organization cares about winning. Evan, thank you for the super. Will the NJ Devils be on Disney Plus next season? They are clown shoes. Yeah, I get the frustration. They were on Hulu, which I think is a Disney property, tonight, as well as ESPN Plus, which is all part of the Mickey Mouse frontier. I got to hydrate a little bit, guys. Bear with me. Poland Spring, shout out. Wow. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to sleep tonight. A lot of times after big wins, I can't because I'm fired up. And on the flip side, a devastating loss like this will keep me up tonight for sure. Will keep me up for sure. Bear with me, folks. I'm pulling a couple things here. Yeah, I'm just distraught. I truly wish, guys, I did not care as much as I do. Like I said, shame on me for allowing this team to become such a part of my life. But it is, and I allowed this to, and it all happened when I was a kid. A longtime love of this organization, but they are becoming harder and harder to love on so many levels. On so many levels. But total clownery, for sure. I got to pull this up, right? Game stats. Devils with 44 shots on goal and 0 goals to show for it. But they got goalied. We got goalied. Yeah, Ilya Sorokin played a hell of a game. The Devils should have scored a bunch of goals, but they were never scoring 9, and they were never in this one. Teeth fully kicked in. Devils getting the better of the faceoff percentage, 54.5% to 45.5%. Devils 0 for on the power play. What do you know? A powerless power play once again, 0 for 3. Obviously, no heart shown by the Devils, not a single penalty taken. As a result, the Islanders go 0 for 0 on the power play. Devils with 18 hits. Islanders with 16 hits. Devils with 5 block shots. That's pathetic. Islanders with 17 block shots. Devils with 20 giveaways. Completely sloppy. Islanders with 11 giveaways. Devils 5 takeaways. Islanders with 3 takeaways. And, a lot of shots. But in the end, none of them got in the back of the net. And momentum is real, guys. Momentum and juice and all that is very real. This team had their souls taken early in a game they desperately needed, in a game they needed to show something that they were not going to unravel after that Carolina game and the atrocities committed against Lukehughes with, oh my God, they booed him. And they just withered and died. Withered and died tonight. It was over early. I'm not even going to bother pulling up all the goals. It was pathetic. The deserve to win a meter. How wrong was this thing tonight, huh? Somehow the deserve to win a meter has the Devils at 76.6%. And when you look, honestly, the Islanders didn't have a ton of scoring chances in the super high danger areas. The Devils with just clusters on clusters. But I'm tired of hearing, oh, they're generating chances and they're expected goals and this and that. I don't care. They can't finish, and it doesn't matter. I don't care if they had 100 shots and 50 high danger scoring chances. When you do not score, I do not give a shit about graphs and charts. The only thing that matters is actual goals. And tonight, look at their shots on the chart. Despite not having a ton, even inside the hash marks, put up a 9 spot against Markey. My God, how pathetic. And from another pathetic stat department, my buddy sent me this one. This is a new worst in the history of the stat, I believe. Jacob Markstrom, expected goals against was 1.43, and he gave up 9, which is a minus 7.57 goals against. That is a new worst performance of this stat since 2007 when it became a stat. Unbelievable. Bad game for Markey. Bad game for this entire team. They cannot finish. They cannot score. Rinse and repeat. It's going to be a long rest of the season. It really is. It really is. Shout out to my buddy Matt. He texted me and was like, watch, they're going to go on some insane heater to reel everyone back in and then drop it at the end. And I'm like, listen, even a heater is not going to reel me back in, because when you are capable of being so inconsistent and beyond, and it's not even just losing, right? Losing is one thing. To lose in this fashion, to lose 9-0, and no one go out there and look for a pound of flesh and look to kick somebody's ass and do anything to show any sign of life, I have to believe the team is done. Yeah, they're on do not resuscitate. I cannot believe that anything is going to happen, because why would we? You got embarrassed in the grandest of fashions tonight and didn't even muster a single fight. Nothing to show. Nothing at all. Just collecting a check again. It's truly disgusting. Truly disgusting. Evan, thank you for the super. There's a constant theme with Fitzgerald. Make the playoffs, but don't improve the team the following year. Miss the playoffs. In-season inactivity certainly has been one of the many complaints of Tom Fitzgerald. And while He has made a couple okay trades in his tenure. The Timo one being the biggest one, and then the Toffoli one, which didn't pan out, but those were two good trades. The rest of them have been insignificant nothings, and his best work has been free agent signings in the summer. I mean, great. But in the end, you have your hands in your pockets during the season when we desperately need help. And here's another season where, again, if you were a little more proactive, this thing may not have snowballed and gotten as ugly as it did. But here we are. And the punt team's coming out, guys. He knows this team's not going to do shit. So he's not going to spend precious assets to try to fix it. And this time around, I don't blame him. Every other time I did. But to lose 9-0 in this fashion and go down the way you did without a single fight, without a single anything, it tells me it's over, baby. This group is cooked. Start taking the calls and sell everybody. Backs and Racks, thank you for the super. I do not see a comment. I will see if there's one somewhere floating out there when I get there in a moment. I'm just so disgusted, guys. But shout out to all of you. There's a lot of angry people here. And I wish that this could be a very festive and kind of buzzing live because of a thrilling win. But unfortunately, it's the opposite. It is the ugliest of losses. Has everybody super chatty and fired up. The Four Directions, thank you for the super. Been a fan since 2008. Okay, you got some time served in the game. Haven't seen anything like this. Anyone pulling out the hard liquor. If I was not on the verge of death, I certainly would. But I think my next hot tea with honey might have the whiskey or bourbon in it, because I think I want to be numb when I'm done with this live. I've had my heart broken a lot of times by this team, but this one feels different because I was really high on the team coming into the season. And, I know many of you were not. I know many of you were right there with me. And then our kind of hopes and dreams were sort of justified when they went on an 8-game heater. It was like, okay, and quite frankly, when this season's all said and done, this may be the worst team in NHL history to have ever won 8 games straight. It really might have to be. We might end up being a lottery team. And to think that we started from the second game of the season on an 8-game winning streak is nuts. We may be one of the worst teams in NHL history to ever win 8 consecutive games. But yeah, I'll be transitioning to the hard liquor when I get off of here. M. Canstania, thank you for the super. Ace, trade Brat, Nason, Cotter, Dougie, Plot, and others for picks. Call up hungry AHL guys. In the summer, we have cap space and picks to trade. I mean, you're basically naming pieces that are not very desirable. Outside of Bratter, I think you're gonna have to, I'm with you, but I'm now literally saying trade everybody, like literally everybody. Start over. It's unfortunate. I hate the people that clutch onto assets and stockpile picks and stuff. But at this point, this group is cursed. They are going nowhere as a group. And so I can only hope that a competent GM comes in and kind of blows this thing up and has like a short-term kind of vision plan to make us truly competitive. And I do think there is a chance that it could be more of like a retool / rebuild where they never like truly suck at any point, like that they're at least like playoff caliber team while these other pieces are kind of maturing. But I don't know. What the hell do I know, right? I mean, all I do know is that this group is completely broke. Certainly is not it, and we are going nowhere with them. And so I never thought I'd say it, but I am now fully embracing a sell. Embracing a sell. Outside of something dramatic happening to give me faith, but even if they literally won 10 games in a row, it wouldn't change much for me because you just showed that in a huge game like this, nationally televised, coming off the heels of losing to one of our division rivals who have owned us forever, that you're capable of losing a 9-0 game and showing no signs of life. I mean, good teams do not lose in that fashion. Shit, you can win 20 games in a row. And I don't know how much that would change for me because of losses like this. A 9-0 loss where you show no sign of heart, no sort of pushback, no resilience, no anything. No anything. I mean, what is there to believe in at this point? I really don't know. Official D-Head, thank you for the super. Fitzy really backed us into the corner with these moves. Tank for Gavin. I know a lot of people are high on that other kid. What's the other kid's name? I would never tank. I hate tanking, but Stenberg, I think. I just wow. Wow. Y'all never embrace tanking, but future's bright, guys. Future's bright. Thanks to the therapy session. Yeah. Thanks to everybody for coming out. This has been brutal. Having to talk about the unfortunate negative reality of this organization and where it stands currently is not fun. It does not make me happy by any stretch. It's the exact opposite, honestly. It's quite painful for me. I do not like it at all. It's not a fun feeling. I am, again, like I said, angry, frustrated, heartbroken. I love this team, want nothing more than to see them succeed, but full well knowing that they never will succeed with the inept general manager just blindly steering the ship into the icebergs. Especially Special says, I respect Markstrom for actually taking some responsibility in his interview, unlike anybody else. I did not watch it yet, but I certainly will when I get off of here. World's worst gamer. Many teams around the league making big statements tonight. The Devils making a big one in a really, really bad way. Yeah, I think teams around the league are going to be like, this team's going to be selling. Fitz's phone will probably be blowing up tomorrow with people looking to pilfer our roster. Critter Chronicles, Nico Dawes going to the KHL, so the next 2 years going to be hell on earth and goal. So this was quickly dispelled. This was a nonsense tweet. It never made sense to me. But shout out to Christy Flannery, who actually posted today. She called Nico Dawes to get a handle on these reports that were coming out. And Nico Dawes said he has no intention of going to the KHL. So that rumor has quickly been kind of dispelled entirely and has no merit. And so, you know, he probably won't be back here, though. I mean, he kind of got played this year. I think he was definitely led to believe he had a spot on the NHL club. That did not happen. Obviously, I do not think the team saw or foresaw, I should say, Jake Allen signing that super team-friendly deal, and so he was kind of casualty of that. But even if the Devils did try to offer him a contract, he is so gone, he will sign somewhere else. And so, you know, maybe we see him at some point this year, maybe, but he is definitely not going to be a long-term option for the Devils because he is going to get as far away from this organization as he can. B now says, Ace only looking at the money questions, he going to Italy. So I don't like when people say this. Every game I pull up tons of, you know, regular comments. It just so happens that on a night like tonight where everyone is furious, there was an unprecedented level of super chats. And so unfortunately, I have to, in fairness, prioritize those. And so there was a lot of them actually. And I'm very appreciative. Thank you to everyone who sent the supers. I have to prioritize those and get through those before I get to regular comments. And so I do kind of get a little aggravated when people try to be like, oh, he only responds to super chats, because that's bullshit. Anyone who's been watching me for any period of time knows that I try my best to get to as many comments as possible. And as the channel grows and more people are in here and it gets more active, and especially after a apocalyptic type losses like tonight and it gets busier, it becomes harder and harder to do it. But I certainly will do my best, and I certainly respond to questions that are not super chats or comments that are not super chats, as I am right now. NJ Swampfox Keith must have been chowing down on whole pizza and buckets of KFC while the team played tonight. Think the team played hard till the last 5 minutes. Trust the process is pure suicide. Trusting whatever process they're pitching now is completely suicide. I don't want to hear anything about process. I don't want to hear any nice platitudes, silver linings. I don't want to hear anything. I just want to see change. Actions actions speak louder than words. And the words from this organization have been hollow and completely meaningless for quite some time now. And so I'm completely over that. I don't need to hear any of that sort of thing. Our boos were justified. I think the booing for Luke, I've already talked about this, but I do think it became excessive, but I would never attack people that did. And I thought it was completely within their right. Paying customers are allowed to voice their displeasure. And my God, imagine if this game was home tonight. I can't even imagine. There would have been a record number of arrests, I imagine. And then there would have been the White Knights on social media talking about how terrible it was for everybody to boo, watching a 9-0 loss. My dog for GM says, don't worry, Jack and Taylor will be caught drinking lattes in NY City and the Devils will be relevant for a day. I mean, the kid's got to live his life, right? I mean, good for him. But we are such a disaster. Oregano Dealer says, I just wanted to believe. Mark, it's torture watching this team. I'm done. I'll be watching eternally. You guys know I will go down with the ship, but watching from my couch stings a little bit less than watching from the arena. Dire Distress is the new catchphrase, trust the process. I don't know that it's new. That's been kind of kicked around for a while, but I'm trusting absolutely nothing about this team right now. Jersey Mike, I don't know how anyone can comfort you, sir. I really don't. M can't stand you. That 8-game heater was a mirage. Apparently it was. Ritter Andrew says we're all done. Bonzo, the teams of the early 80s tried harder and they had no players. Yeah, but that's when you have guys with character and heart that care. This group certainly looks like a bunch of multimillionaires that do not give a flying about what happens in the game. Right and respect, by the way, Markstrom may have actually posted the worst stats from a goaltender in NHL history, assuming that NHL numbers don't change for the few days. Yeah, I just showed that a couple of minutes ago for goals save above expected. Especially Special says he could say we played great like Keith the Bozo. World's worst gamer. I won't waste good liquor on this team. I'll enjoy it. Went out for a good dinner with a friend. I need it as a numbing agent. It's not even joyous drinking. It's like the depression alcoholic version of drinking. B Now B says no one wants any of those players. Yo, Holmes Utica sucks so bad too. They do, but in the end, I can't remotely care as much about the AHL team. You know, they should be treated kind of as a developmental team or a feeder kind of situation for the NHL club. And it hasn't really been able to do that effectively in recent years as well, which all kind of circles back to horrible drafting by the Devils. Richie, 41 years watching this team, November 19th, 83. Edmonton 13, NJ4. Thought I'd never see anything close to that. This disaster surpassed that by miles. But what makes it worse, Richie, is that was a new young team that wasn't expected to do anything. You know, a young franchise looking to find its way versus this team was like a top 6 cup favorite per Vegas odds preseason. Let that sink in. A top 6 or so cup favorite by Vegas odds heading into the season. And now they're looking like a lottery team. You got me fired up. I think a lot of these guys are going to be hard sells, to be honest, unless you package them with picks and stuff. The man from Jersey 201, only player I'm keeping is Shimo Nimitz. Everyone else is getting the door. Ritter Engine, keep the fire fits going, guys, please. Yeah, that's the only thing we could do. Fire fits from the mountaintops. Fire fits on every social media. The owners will see it. They'll probably laugh and be like, ho, 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 stupid fans. But I don't know if they'll be laughing when they see some of those attendance numbers for the rest of January, February, and March. You heard us? Only thing you could do is let them feel it in the pocketbook. Yo, Holmes, Devils have no balls. No, they don't. No, they don't. Ace, the Husky Star, says, my dog works on base with me as an emotional support dog, and I'm glad he does, because today I'll be bringing him to work for me today. I need a whole lot more than an emotional support dog. I need like an emotional support, maybe family at this point. I might need a whole emotional support family. I don't even know. Husky Unchained, maybe all of our tiers can put out this dumpster fire. I don't think so. I don't think so. Tom A says, Ace sounds like Danica with the raspy voice. I dig it. I mean, it's definitely improved more so, or no, maybe I'll be doing damage to it with all this yelling tonight, but definitely better than the last game, but a long ways to go. Will Parks is a Carolina Hurricanes fan saying, Brat to Carolina. I can't see us making a trade with the Canes, but if you offer the right package, go ahead. He'll probably thrive there too. Riot and respect. Let that sink in. Markey literally might have just had the worst goaltending performance in NHL history, like statistically. Yeah, it's brutal. That's brutal. Official D head, thanks to the super. I'm digging up Lou and Lou we trust. You're digging it up. Is it still around, like, to find? Dire Distress, we don't have a future to look forward to. Fitz has buried this team. Yeah, it could be some years, but if and I can't see Fitz facilitating these moves properly, but if a veteran cunning GM comes in and properly sells off the assets that should be sold, they could be okay in a few years. World's Worst Gamer, TB made a statement tonight. Beat Colorado, also Carolina beat Dallas. M. Can't say a team will take Dougie and Plata if we offer to retain a good chunk of salary. Brutal. Richard says, I like your channel, but I watch a lot of people's post-game shows, and I never understand how a team goes through injuries and a bad stretch in the middle of the season. All the fans say sell everyone. That's why it's probably very alarming to people, because I have never said that in my life, and I'm saying it now. And it's not an overreaction to injuries and whatever you're saying here. This core has been underachieving for years. Yeah, tons of the seasons have been marred by injuries, but in the end, it doesn't matter. We've now had, let me tell you, all of our offensive weapons have been back since what the hell game did Jack come back for? Was that Washington? No, it was Buffalo. Okay. So we had all of our offensive guns back on December 21st against the Sabres. So we've had everybody back for tonight. All right, let's see. There's 5 games in December. So tonight was the 8th game with Jackhughes and everybody back. And we are, wait for it, two, 5-1. 2-5-1 through the 8 games with everybody back. 2-5-1. That is 5 points out of a possible 16, which is .313 points percentage hockey, which is absolutely tragic, which is absolutely unforgivable. And so this is not an overreaction or anything like that, Richard. This is a man that loves this franchise more than anyone, coming to terms or coming to grips with the painful reality that this group as a whole will never get it done. Ever. B now says, try to get Brady, Jack, Pratt, Luke for Brady. I don't even think Ottawa would take that. I don't even think Ottawa would take that deal. We're breaking records in a bad way for sure. Embrace the suck. KCAC says, a retool seems necessary. Same core groups, a different problem every year. It's time to blow it up. This is not an overreaction whatsoever. There's people that have said this probably over a year ago. Nothing will change for me. This is my view for this team going forward. How many years will you go down with the same group, with the same results? What are you talking about? People in Toronto were like, we're done with this core. They're not it. And eventually it happened. I don't care about views. I could give a shit about views, especially special. I could care less about views. I don't do this for views. I never did this for views. I don't care about views whatsoever at all. There is no performance art or performance theater here whatsoever. This is how I feel, period. The man from Jersey says trade everyone besides Nemitz. Nico at 2C would really solidify our lines. I bet he would. Traveling Devil says more media sites calling for Fitz to get fired tonight. I mean, because that's the reality. He is obviously part of the problem, a huge part of the problem, and allowing him to linger on is not going to fix anything. And it will potentially make things worse, depending on what he does. He could make things much worse. And so, where do we go from here? Jersey Mike says send Dawes up. Yeah, now we're back to another goaltending kind of problem and situation. I mean, wow. Supernova says, I actually don't want them to go out on the ice anymore. Is that a problem? I would say so. We still have 30 some odd games to play, but this team could not be any more cooked. Completely flatlined. Do not resuscitate. And it's sad. It's really sad. KCAC, I'm surprised Brad has been shit. He's usually our rock when all other softies go down. Who knows? I'm not going to make excuses for the dude. Maybe he's been playing injured. A lot of people think he's been hurt since Ovechkin rocked him a while back. It's all possible. But in the end, you cannot pull a disappearing act like what he has done, when Jack went down. But again, we've had now Grits, Timo, and Jack back for 8 games, 2-5-1, .313 points percentage hockey. That is not going to get it done. It is unacceptable, and this group is not going anywhere. I'm sorry. That is just the reality. B now B says Nico can be a third liner on a cup team in 3 years. I don't think he'll ever be a third liner, at least for a while. And his next contract, wherever he goes, he's going to get paid a lot of money. So he'll definitely not be a third liner. He'll be a second liner for sure. Puck Rock Rangers, NYR has been buns for over a calendar year, but with the Fox and Igor injuries, they absolutely must sell. NJ seems to have lost their mojo. Oh, the mojo's gone. It's completely sucked away from this team. Nothing left. Richard says, if you bought a jersey with any of these players' names on your back, keep your fingers crossed because they could and should be gone. I suspect some of them will eventually. I don't think Fitz is going to be the guy to do it. And so it may take some time. The only thing I can hope is that a culmination of either the angry fan sentiment online coupled with a potential grievance from Kovacevic about not being allowed to return because we don't have cap space and declining revenues with the empty arena they're inevitably going to play in front of for a lot of the season going forward. That's the only way. They get hit in the purse. Maybe Fitz gets out of here and then the proper, mitigation can start, but nothing will get better until then. Especially says the man from Jersey. I remember 6 months ago, people were saying Casey was better than Nemitz and I was defending him. Now here we are. Oh yeah. It's pretty clear now. I mean, what an emergence for Nemo. I was concerned about him for a minute. I'm not going to lie. You never know which way it's going to go with young kids, but I will say I was super high on him when we saw those Terminator workout photos from the summer. That really impressed me. Dubs is like McKenna and Steinberg are both 5'10". 165. Do we really want these guys again? My answer is hell no. I want Stallions. I'm still looking, I'm still fantasizing about a Jason Arnott type center, like many of you. Get me a big Canadian. Get me a kid from somewhere in Saskatchewan, Ontario. I don't care where. Get me a big Canadian bred beast. Give me a 6'4", 230 center that could do it all. The Devils are killing me slowly, for sure. K-Cax says, I want me a Matt Schaefer. Everybody wants a Matt Schaefer. Matt Schaefer looks like he's going to be a generational player, and they don't grow on trees. Official DH, thank you for the super. As a person older than the Devils, I've never seen the team that was supposed to be a playoff team suck so bad. They are talented, but the suck mentality. Yeah, talent. I'll take heart, balls, grit, determination, effort. I'll take all of that over skill any day. Because you could sit here and say, oh, this team is so skilled, but what has that done for them thus far? What has it done? It's won a single playoff round, folks. It's won a single playoff round while people talk about how bright the future is. That's all that has happened. A bunch of smoke and mirrors. And I'm sorry to say, and it kills me, but I am coming to reality with what the painful reality of this team is. And it's that they're going nowhere with this group. And so now we can only hope a wise GM at some point is brought in and can usher this team into brighter days. Taylor McLeod, it's been so brutal to watch recently. I don't have any Devils fans friends, so your streams are the one thing's getting me through. Appreciate that, Tay. There's a lot of people in your shoes, many in New Jersey and many throughout the country and all over this planet, who this is kind of their Devils fam. And I appreciate all of you who have showed up from the beginning, those who have joined recently or whenever you've joined or however infrequently or frequently you join. We have built a little community family here where we celebrate wins, which obviously has become way less frequent, and commiserate the losses. And so I appreciate you, Tay, for sure, and everyone else who has come out and been part of this family. Hopefully it's the start of bigger and better things to come and hopefully brighter days for this franchise. But I mean, my God, I am so beaten down right now. Yo, Holmes, as I said this 3 years ago, Devils are going nowhere with Fitz as GM. Trade Luke and Jack, worst game of the season? Obviously. Pulp Mystic says Fitz is dumb as rocks. Bonzo, anyone want to trade their Marty jersey for my Jack jersey? Good luck with that one, pal. Good luck with that one. Team Majos, I would do lateral moves. We have skill, but our soy boy, Charmin, ultra soft culture is killing us. Change some core pieces for gritty core guys could change things drastically. But here's the thing. Those gritty core guys that could actually produce offensively are few and far between. And guess what? GMs that have them know what they have. And they're not going to foolishly trade them for our Charmin ultra soft guys that you're talking about. And so, when they were available, you had to strike. We did not. And I guess my only hope now is that we can find some in the draft or somehow trade for one day. I mean, I don't know. Crazy Alex says, what do you think Marty thinks of the idea of playing a goalie every other game? Also, would Allen have made a difference tonight? No, Marty's on record talking about it. Marty was an Iron Man. Played 1 million games, started 76, 77, 78 games some seasons, demanded the net. Being his backup was the worst job in the league for pretty much his whole career. And he doesn't necessarily believe in it, but that's out of the realm of his, purview. The goaltending coach and the math nerds in the analytics department will show you all sorts of graphs and charts as to why you cannot play these guys over X amount of games, and it is what it is. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge said that was harder to watch than passing my last kidney stone. Brutal. Keith thought the team played hard and were good on offense tonight. Oh, my God. Watching that's just going to infuriate me. Paul Missick said leaving Markey in backfired for Keith. He thought he was indicting the team and preserving Markey's confidence. Now Markey has been exposed once and for all. I mean, that was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Jersey Mike says everyone boo next game. Ryan Respect says everyone don't go to the next game. The team gets worse, and Keith, you guys are brutal. John Fay Keith does his best every time after Devils win or lose. Execution says don't boo, just don't go. Crispy One said you are definitely fair with your responding. Track Control Off says, can we fly a plane inside the Rocket? Says sell the team. That would be great. Paul Mystic said, I agree, don't go. Frank, I grew up as an Islander fan, switched the Devils when they came to NJ. Maybe time to go back to the Islanders. Maybe. Ritter Engine, I'm so disgusted that I can't sleep. World's Worst Gamer says, respond to supers. Anyone complaining is a maroon. Official DH, why can't NJ be like Carolina? Because they have a winning GM in Tolsky, or at least a guy trying to win. And they have Rod the Bod, man. Rod Brindamore University, winner. There's a clear difference between winners and losers. And the Devils have unfortunately been infested with losing mentality for years. And I told people this, and they tried to fight me, and I've been proven completely accurate. Losing mentality has taken over this franchise, and it started with being perfectly fine with missing the 23-24 playoffs. That should have been the end for Fitz then. Massive step backwards and a massive psychological hit to this group. Missing the playoffs after a franchise record-setting season and a beautiful 7-game win over the Rangers in the first round should have been a death shot. Should have been done right then and there. Oh, well, might as well, yeah. Vic, holy cows is embarrassing. Hopefully it becomes clear to the higher-ups that change is needed. You would think, but time will tell. Peanut I was busting your balls. I can't tell anymore. Listen, man. Pardon me if I jump down anybody's throat. I'm obviously super irritated. I am heartbroken. I am angry. I am experiencing every emotion there is. I have half of a voice. I've been dealing with sarcastic people for weeks now. The tone of writing via text in messages on here, on X, I can't tell. I don't know what's sarcasm, what's not. And so I apologize. I love everybody, but man, it's a rough night and it's a rough existence right now after a rough, 5 weeks. Mark, Ace always recognizes non-supers. Ace is one of us and he's here for us every game. Take a stick of time. Light it up, baby. Light it up. Faye, what I meant to say was Ace does the best every day or night after the Devils win or lose. Appreciate you, Faye. Thank you. Thank you. Beachmaster, don't throw a jelly jar on the ice. Oh, obviously a nice little nugget there. An Easter egg to the infamous story of Lou Lamoriello getting fired up about something and rifling a jelly jar to show his anger. Richie, what did you think of the team's execution tonight? I'm all for it. Oh, the team's execution was great. They played a great game, according to Keith. I didn't watch it yet. Boo, everyone. Dire distress. This franchise is a daycare for millionaire babies who don't care about winning. It's certainly starting to seem like that. And Fitz himself said that they fostered a quote-unquote country club atmosphere. Well, that starts with him. Let's hire Frank Fleming. Frank the Tank for GM. Ritter Engine, I don't give a shit about a response next game because it's all BS after one win with this shit team. Fire Fitz. Yeah, I don't care either. Listen, I'm still going to watch and I'm still going to, be like, I'm glad we got the 2 points tonight whenever that happens. Yeah, the slide is underway, folks. The slide is underway. Thanks a lot, Proper. Yeah, one-man show, and it's not easy. I get it. I'm trying. Cush it revenge. Devils cake cream puffs. They're so soft to melt in your mouth. The Devils just hoisted up the flag of surrender. They quit on the season. It certainly seems like the final surrender to me. I mean, there's no coming back from this game. I don't give a shit if they win a bunch of games in a row. Getting smashed like that, 9-0, it shows us exactly who you are. And it's all of the bad things that many of us thought. Swamp Fox Luke played well for 2 periods and reverted back to lackadaisical play and poor decision-making in the third. The Casey goal was totally preventable. Luke was overwhelmed again like Hall's goal. Stickfix says, if there's ever a time before I'll go down with this shit part 2, this is it. Stay tuned. I might get real silly with it soon. I mean, my God. I don't know. Snow Devil, Subban threw his own jersey on the ice, couldn't bear the shame of having his name on it. That was pretty funny because when the jersey hit the ice, PK jokingly said, "Oh, someone just threw my jersey on the ice." And he definitely had no idea. And then they went back and rewound the tape. And sure enough, it was a Subban jersey. Like, what are the odds of that? Completely insane. Bear with me 1 second. Trying to pull something up here. Wow, guys. It's bad. We're in possibly our darkest hour. Official DH is your speaking truth. Thank you. That's all I can do is speak my truth. Like I said, this is not, I don't give a shit about views. I don't care about any of it, honestly. I enjoy talking to you guys. I enjoy talking about the team usually when they're doing well. But, yeah, to the people that said, like, I was doing this for views, like, please, you think I want to come to grips with the fact that this group sucks and this team's never going to win? Like, absolutely not. It's devastating stuff. Ryan said, even if the Devils win a couple games, the joy is gone. I'd still be happy with a win. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Like, yeah, I'll be like, oh, yeah, they won, you know? Like, fine. But the enthusiasm has been just completely pulled out. Snow Devil Grit's the only Devil not in the minus tonight. Yeah, great. That is an amazing stat, actually. With 9 goals against and 0-4. Yeah, hit the like. Thanks. I forgot about that. Hit the thumbs up for your boy out here just furious with the rest of you. David, Ace, honestly, trade Luke and Jack to Minnesota and start over. What do you think? Clearly, they're affected by the Quinn Hughes trade miss. I don't see the both of them getting over this anytime soon. I don't even know if that's what it is, but honestly, Bill Guerin is a very wise GM. He's not going to give anything of substance for them. He doesn't give a shit about a Hughes reunion. He's trying to win a cup. So I don't know what you guys think you would get for them, but Guerin's not in the business of making bad trades. He's not going to give up a ton of stuff or really anything of value, I don't think, for them. He knows he has the best Hughes brother, and he has a team that's capable of going on a run. Snow Devil, keep Grits, Glass, Brown, Nemo, Pesci, and Allen. Trade everyone else. Richard Ace, you know damn well if they won 20 in a row, you would even look back at this live. We would be winning the cup. Never. After this group, we could win out for the rest of the season, and I would tell you they're not winning the cup because you are as you are at your lowest point, and your lowest point should never be a gutless, nothing thrashing like this, ever. And St. Paul says, since he started dating her, we've been on a downhill trend. Curse of Tate McRae. JK. Man. You're dreaming, Jeremy Proper. You're not Boldy and Faber, Hughes straight up. There's no way that Billy Guerin would laugh at you for that. The process is going out to the club after the game. What is a Powers punch? This is turning into a psychotic Yizer plan. The future is in for the New Jersey Eunuchs. Faye said, you have us, Ace. Don't worry, we're in this toxic relationship together. And how it's so toxic, right? No, you are. But I might need that in like real life. You guys are my online emotional support family for sure. Ace the Huskies are, to be clear, he isn't emotional for me, but today I'll be using him for my emotional support. Yeah, this is brutal. Timo time. Thanks for doing this, Ace. Thanks for showing up. Collect Record says Novo just said he may try to put in a request to speak to the Devils owners and bypass Fitz since he keeps ducking everyone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good luck with that, Novo. That'd be legendary if it happened. I can't see any chance of it happening. But good luck. Good luck. John Fay, I'm sure they are laughing at what we've become as a franchise. David Ace, I know you don't want to hear it, but maybe Keefe is the problem. His post-game interview tonight showed no emotion. He was almost smiling. Clearly, the players need to hear a new voice. No, I mean, listen, after a game like tonight, I'm not protecting anybody anymore, him included. I have not seen the post-game presser, but I expect to be disgusted by it like I was after his last one. His last one really pissed me off. No, Fitz is probably not getting fired. Fitz is too worried about his trip to Italy to care about this team. Game locker room interviews. David said, Ace, take your glasses off. The future isn't bright. The future is now, and it's dead and depressing. It is, but my face is also kind of dead and depressing due to my illness. So I'm kind of covering it up. Fifey Lane, I only started watching hockey in 2022, but this is the first game that I feel truly hurt about. So I couldn't imagine how you lifers are feeling right now. Thanks for creating the space for us, though. Welcome to the toxic relationship with the franchise, Fifey. This team is a collection of jabronis with a handful of hockey players. World's Worst Gamer, interested to hear what the hockey guy will say about this one as he goes over the play-by-play of the game. He's going to say the Devils are a disaster, I'm sure. I am sure. I'm trying to catch up here. We got back far. World's Worst Gamer says Jack is not fully healthy, though. Never should have been put in the lineup until he was. That one I'm going to disagree with because in the end, even Jack at whatever percent he's at now is much better than whatever else we're going to throw out there. And so I don't think he's risking further injury. And so I'll take a compromised Jack over, a Utica guy. Thank you for the super. I love Bill is the one who would get Quinn ace move. Lou would appreciate that move. Yeah, he's a win now guy. He slid in there. And made it happen. Got to give him all of his props. While Fitz couldn't clear cap space in time, he slid in there and stole the prize. Playoffs. Man, Jim Mora. John Fay, if you haven't done it already, hit that like button for your boy Ace and the rest of us struggling Devils fans. Thanks. Country club atmosphere, sell. Pulp Mystic Fitz his fumble destroyed this team, which is sad. I mean, I didn't even want to go there, but I certainly think it was a contributing factor. And I said that the day of. I said, not only is this a massive fumble because you didn't get Quinn Hughes now, it's a massive fumble because you're never getting Quinn Hughes. And then you look at the potential damage done to the guys here. You had now went to Dougie Hamilton twice and tried to get him to waive or to approve a trade, and he said no. And then maybe some other guys we don't really know. And it's welcome to the toxicity, baby. Welcome to the toxicity. Traveling Devil, cancel my flight up for the 127 game. No way I'm watching them shit the bed on my B-Day and John McLean's induction. That's the one I have to go to. It's a historic moment. I can't miss it. I'll feel dirty being there, but that'll be it. Give me another Arnott type. Another note, Olivier just KO'd Reeves in the San Jose game. Oh, man, I can't wait to hear that later. Mary said, wish I didn't waste my... Don't know what the rest of that is. Bobby Holik type would be phenomenal. Swamp Fox, if Jack's not 100%, what does he do on the Olympic team where Gorillas can get even closer to him? He probably will be by then. Faye, skills won't win you a Stanley Cup. What will win you a cup? Passion, mindset, gritty, bullying other teams and scoring. Completely agree. Jason, no, this is the worst Devils hockey I've ever seen. 9-0. What a disgrace. Absolutely. Fits around and find out. We are fitzed. Will Park said, I'm here because you're a great streamer. I appreciate that, Will. Like I said earlier, nice words from opposing fans mean the most because you're not, and I love my Devils fans, obviously, but they're going to be a little biased towards me because I'm talking about the team we love. So whenever, fans of another team have something nice to say, I'm like, wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Swamp Fox, 5 points out of 16 in the last 8 games. You are correct. .313 points percentage hockey. Let's go. Championship. David S. Ace, this might be your only laugh of the night, but I just got ESPN Hulu, and this was the first game I watched. I really picked a great time to get it, huh? Can you cancel within 24 hours and get your money back? Look into that. Chowski said, don't go to any more games. Boycott the team until major changes are made. Cheers to that. I'm already there. What about a protest outside the Rock? I don't think that'll do anything. But I certainly would love to go there and film it. If someone else organized it, I'd certainly go there and talk to people. That'd be hilarious. Jason, no, it's time to sell off, retool. This is beyond fixable. Completely agree. You're not bringing in a player who's fixing this garbage. Completely agree. DMW says, just begin the rebuild. It's obvious that it has to happen. It could be a retool of sorts. I'll maintain that. It's just unclear. The toxicity, yeah. Official DH, yeah. The toxicity is very real on so many levels. The entire chat at the beginning was waiting for the alert of a 10-0 game. Halfway through the game, I said they're on pace to lose 10-0, and they came close. Chowski, this team is the opposite of playing for the logo on the front. It's filled with players who only care about the name on the back. It could be the unfortunate reality. Crest on the front. Uncle Lou taught us all when we were wee lads, or when some of us were wee lads. Uncle Lou showed us the way, and he would have never stood for this. He would have identified a lot of these issues a long, long time ago. There's a lot of guys playing for this team right now that would have been shipped out a real long time ago. Gregory said, I'd like to see Fitz go before Keefe. So would I. I would too. But I wouldn't be shocked if Keefe is fired tomorrow. And he's probably going to lose more points in my book after I watch the post-game presser based on what everyone said. He lost a lot after the last game with me. Need Colin White and John Madden on this team. Would absolutely love it. Just watch the post interviews. You'll be pissed. No, I'm going to watch it all. Going to watch it all. Beachmaster says Ruff is better than Keefe. Is Sergey Brelin available? Brian J said, I'm so depressed. I just ate a half gallon of ice cream. I'm trying to get back on the health kick. I've fallen off the tracks during hockey season and even more during the holidays. I'm trying to reel it in. I crushed one of those. I don't know what the hell. What are those, like big tubs? I don't know what they are, but there's a half gallon maybe. I ate that. I banged one of those out in two portions last week. Ate half of it one night and half the rest the next night. I could have easily crushed it the first night, but I showed some restraint. I told myself, I'm like, put it back and go to sleep. I was just Red Devil Locked on Devils is going to have a field day here. He acts like he hates the team. I've seen one of his videos. I've messaged with him briefly. He's fed up too. I mean, this team has clearly been broken and no one cares. Hokage, I've used to get all worked up after a loss. Now I've become numb to it. I wish the best of the guys, but something is definitely off. Not sure what they can do to turn around. Thank you, Ace. I don't have the answers either, but it definitely starts with a new GM. Josh Relief, nobody's fired by tomorrow morning. I am done. Chase, no, everyone needs to go in this organization. It needs to be rebuilt. Burn it down. Tay McLeod, I don't understand how they can go from that 8-game heater to completely forgetting how to play hockey. Well, there's a lot of elements to it. I do think a lot of it probably locker room dynamics and a lot of things when the Quinn Hughes trade was botched and people's feelings were hurt. They vetoed trades. Completely crazy. Official DH, Blitzer and Harris can care less about Devils fans. It certainly seems that way. It certainly seems that way. The almighty dollar. If the fans hit them where it hurts, will we see any sort of changes? $23 Ryan Fisher. I was at that game, by the way. Hilarious part is pregame. I bought a January 6th Islanders versus Devils puck. Oh, you poor, poor soul. You poor, poor soul. I knew way better than to even remotely entertain trekking out there for this team. John Fay, 351 of you in the chat. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. And if you haven't done it either, hit the subscribe. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe. We're here doing this all the time. Red Devil says if he hasn't already had a stroke from watching the game, he's high-strung already. Ash, let's say we need to do trades. We can't even trade for skillful vets such as O'Reilly, Stamkos, and Sherwood. Like, who do we even go for? We're not in a position to get these guys. What do we do? There's nothing we can do. You start selling off pieces for prospects and picks. Unfortunately, maybe young-ish guys with some upside. But at this point, like O'Reilly and Stamkos, like not only can we not afford them cap space-wise, we can't even afford to bring Kovacevic back. But once upon a time, I believed one of those guys could help this team win. This team is so cooked that either one of those guys is not helping this team win. It's another punt. John Fay, it's an upsetting night for everyone in this chat. If you're a Devils fan, absolutely. Jay Snow, a bunch of other GMs have come out and spoke. Fitz needs to crawl out of his hole. Good luck, man. B now, I'm so bummed out. Ace, the Husky Star, I do enjoy you. Your no BS videos, win or lose, you call this team out without sugarcoatings. Yeah, that's all I can do. As painful as it is. As painful as it is. World's worst gamer, Sorokin got that shutout and 44 saves in his return from injury. We suck. Yes, we do. John Fay, Ace, I am ready to fold on the season if I'm being honest. I mean, tonight was the team was begging to fold. That was the white flag. Bonzo, Jack needs to concentrate on hockey instead of banging models. I can't put this on him. I mean, he was doing amazing at the beginning of the season. Then he went down, the team sucked, and then he came back, and the team continued to suck. World's worst gamer, when the team becomes so unlikable, how do you even cheer for them? I don't know. Justin Smith, Jacob Markstrom apologized to Devils fans for how bad he was tonight. Yeah, it's a guy that's accountable. Crafty veteran, wants to win more than anything. It's a vet move. Cushy Revenge, New Jersey Devils team is the U.S. version of the current Toronto Maple Leafs. They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. Yeah, it's true. Paul Mizik says, fire Fitz, then new GM, trade Brat, dump a lot, Dougie Nason, Cotter. Yeah, this is all, although these specifically are much harder to pull off in reality than talking about it, but I do believe a competent GM can do it. Jason, no, this is worse than the Leafs, and the Leafs at least made the playoffs every year. Repeaser Speezer, man, what highlights did I just watch? Win or lose, we booze and thumbs up, thanks. But damn, I low-key wanted to see the goal counter hit double digits. It was close. It was close. NJ Titanics. Faye, we are slowly turning into the Sabres who are about to enter a playoff spot. Yeah, right. Who would have thought the Sabres are going to end up with a better season than us? Yost, man, you need to own this. You advocated for the firing of Lindy. You advocated for the Meier and Toffoli trades. You advocated for bringing Markstrom. You advocated for bringing in this coach. Yeah, these aren't all the issues, my guy. If Lindy was here, this team would still be dog shit. I liked Lindy for a while. I do think eventually the time had come to an end, and it was time to move on from him. Furthermore, I still like Timo. He's our only physical guy that can score. And Toffoli I liked as well. I think most people would love Toffoli back now. I wouldn't. The grave mistake was not investing the $6 million he was looking for into another top six guy. But Toffoli was a win-now move. And Markstrom was good last year. We did not do enough outside of these moves to make a real winning team. I never said bringing in Timo Meier and Markstrom and Keefe was going to win us a cup, did I? Silly. Never said that. And so you could pick apart all these things and try to claim some victory that is non-existent. But in the end, there is so many layers to the failure of this organization that go way, way beyond what you're listing here. Your anger is misguided. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's because I lit you up for something stupid you wrote a long time ago. I can't remember, but the name is familiar. We want Arnott. Would love an Arnott type. Goaler 39 was at the game, and from warm-ups, you can tell Markstrom doesn't have it anymore. He has a real bad habit to make himself small and go down way too soon. I'm a Rangers fan, but also a goalie. Oh, boy. A goalie fan. Do you think from warm-ups he's done, huh? This was on ESPN Plus and Hulu. NJD for life. Brutal. This is the worst loss I've seen from the season from any team. M can't say we aren't trading anything for win now players. We can get picks, get some breathing room and cap space, and maybe a Daniel Sprong type. That's what I think so. MDK, would you have made out with the Devils? What is wrong with you guys? Goaler, and this was frustrating to watch. I hate to see a good guy get shell-shocked like that, but he clearly has bad ankles and knees. Could be all over, man. Alex, it's a joke that Fitz was happily putting his name and face out there during the 8-game winning streak and now has been hiding for the past 2 months. Cowardly and unacceptable. Completely agree. I don't think so. Will he pull a wad and force his way out? I think he's settled here with his family and wants to stay. But I think he's going to go down with the ship like the rest of us, if I'm being honest. Official dickhead, I've been looking for a Steve Dangle like Devils commentary. I'm following now. I think that's a compliment. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't particularly care for Dangle. I don't really watch much of his stuff. He infuriated me a few years back when he put out some crazy video about Marty, talking smack about Marty. But the one thing I do appreciate about his commentary is that he gives his real opinion, or at least that's my impression of him. And so I will always value honesty over propaganda and bullshit. And many of you here know that I will never serve up either one, and that I'll always give my honest opinion. Like I said, whether good, bad, indifferent, popular, not popular, I'm going to give my real opinion. And it'll, be soothing to some. It'll anger some, and maybe everything in between. But I am who I am. Palat was -5 in 9 minutes of ice time. Oh, my God. That's brutal. Jason, no, poor Dano having to call this garbage. Poor Dano having to be around this team. Crazy. Mark yells to close his eyes, go down early, and hope for the best. Mark, what's realistically happening tomorrow? There's got to be a move. Where would you go first? I mean, the most pressing issue here is Fitzgerald needs to be fired. I don't think it's going to happen. Would love to wake up to the shocking news that he was, but unfortunately, I think it's far more likely that I wake up to the news that Keefe has been scapegoated by Fitz to alleviate the pressure from himself, which I think would be a damn shame. But I would not be surprised whatsoever if that was the case. I hope it's not. Although my opinion probably will change after I watch his post-game presser. It may drive me to complete unprecedented levels of fury. M. Cansani says our players aren't as valuable as we think they are. Oh, I've told everyone that forever. when people are like, trade this guy, trade that guy, I said, guys, you would be super disappointed if you knew what the proposed packages for these guys would be around the league. Broken. Kohler, also a fan through a jersey on the ice tonight, was visibly angry as tonight. I felt it. It was the last straw. Yeah, this tonight was one of those crazy nights where if there's not a domino effect of things to happen after, I don't know what to say. Our core is pathetic, soft group. Beachmaster, the easiest move was to not start Markey. I mean, yeah, but again, we did not score a single goal. And so, what would have changed? Would we have lost 2 or 3-0? I don't know. If anything, that might mask it and make it seem less acceptable. Chico lost his 50-year-old all-time Islander shutout record tonight too. And that was bound to happen. This guy is such an idiot. Why not put up post critical of you? What are you talking about? I did not ask for this. You are picking out like a few items. There's so much broken with this team. You're trying to come in here and pump your fist and claim victory. Keep it going. You're gonna get the attention you seek. It ain't gonna go the way you want, Jack, but keep coming. You're an idiot. Justin Smith, we need Dawes. Cush it, revenge. Hire Billy Guerin as GM and player coach. If only it were that easy. M can't say that the problem with winning a couple games is that it gives owners incentive to keep Fitz, and for Fitz it will do nothing. I don't think a couple games is going to fool them. I just think as long as the money's coming in, he's fine. Ace the Husky star, no idea all this hate towards Ace. If true fans watch the game, they would have to agree with him. Oh, this is one total idiot. Ash, let's say we need to do trades. We can't even trade for skillful vets as O'Reilly, Stamkos, and Sherwood. Like, who do we even go for? We're not in a position to get those guys. What do we do? They have to trade for futures. That's it. John Fay, it's so toxic that other teams' fan bases are starting to feel bad for us. It's bad when other franchise fans feel bad for us. Yeah. I mean, this has become a full-blown circus now. We had Boogate. Now we have a 9-0 shellacking on the island. Yosman, you asked for this. You advocated for Meier, Toffoli, Markstrom, and firing Lindy. You moron. Those moves, I would still do the Meier and Toffoli deals all over again. I would still bring in Markstrom despite how it ended. I would not have signed him for 2 years like Fitz did. Markstrom was good last year. And what did we do? We did nothing else. We brought in zero help. Do you think Lindy Ruff is going to save this team? You're a complete clown. Army, Ace, the team has come to spill the beans. Oh, man, it might happen tonight. It might happen tonight. We got Fitz tonight right in the face. NJD for life. Give it a rest, Yosman. He's not a GM. But he's such an idiot. He's picking 5 things. Yeah, and the hundreds of things I wanted to happen did not happen. So you're picking 4, 5. And again, timomeier, only tough bull forward we have on the team. Markey was good last year. Toffoli, unfortunately, did not pan out, but that was no loss. And Lindy Ruff or any other coach on the planet is not fixing this group. So to come in here and try to pump his fist in some sort of victory formation, complete moron. Complete moron. Jeremy Proper, thanks for the pep talk. At least we have each other in the misery. Yeah, have a good one. Ash, how do we have players like Nason, Glass, Dylan, Pesci, and still play? Like, I think it's contagious. And when the rest of the guys just kind of tuck their tail between their legs, like, yeah, I don't know. Dire Distress says, you guys don't understand. Winning is toxic masculinity and has no place in this organization. I'm starting to wonder about a whole lot of things here. Jason, no guys fixing this garbage team. Completely agree. World's worst gamer. So who asked out first? That's the kind of thing I expect from this group instead of anything else. Well, what is the option? What is the option? It's not going to get fixed by making trades. We can't make trades. Fitzgerald's not doesn't make trades in season, and he literally has no cap space. So Husky Ilya Sorokin is now the Islanders' all-time shutout leader with 26. The netminder passed Chico Resch to earn the title. Chico is elated, I'm sure. I mean, it's kind of a joke that the record's 26, though. I mean, my God. Snow, this team is a joke. Hold your draft picks. They don't deserve anything. Faye, no coach is fixing this team. No GM is fixing this team. No trade for players are saving this team. New owners won't save this team, probably. I do believe in time a new GM could fix this team, but it'll take time. Roland, the Markstrom extension might be worse than the Plot contract. It was so avoidable, but Fitz had to rush to extend him the day after he gave up 8 to the Avs. Now he allows 9 tonight. He needs to retire. I'm not there yet, but my God, we could be super close. Super close. Quinn Hughes was never the answer. This guy's more. Quinn Hughes would have made this team much better. Completely better. Brian Fisher says, hey, Yosman, go away. We don't insult each other here. Guy's a total idiot. Have you tried using the caps lock? Faye, Ace, I don't know if you noticed, but I thought I'd let you know because why not? You had 600 viewers in the live. Oh, wow. And I believe you had 7.9 subs. Closer to 10. Yeah, I don't care about any of this, but thanks, man. You know, hopefully some opportunities come, but one opportunity already came. And as one of you asked about earlier, it was taken away. So there'll still be cool stuff going on, but between the team being garbage and the organization treating me like garbage, I certainly have lost a lot of kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, but enthusiasm has been drained from me from this team. Evan Spitzy, this team has no heart and they're all soft. This guy Yosman's the biggest moron, huh? Oh my God. What an idiot. I feel bad for people that's stupid. Guy disappeared for a while. He might. Yeah, we lose because of our fan base, Yost, man. Not because of the terrible GM. We lose because of the fan base. What an idiot. Right, you know, I was just sitting and listening, and all of a sudden I was like, how the F did this happen? How did we get here? I know how and why. It all circles back to one reason. Yeah, seriously, NJD for life. The fans don't control the on-ice play. And this guy's an idiot. Complete idiot. Yo, Holmes, Yosman, fans have nothing to do with the team sucking. Brian Burke was on my list. I said if Fitz was ever canned, I would offer it to Marty if he wanted it, and I would reach out to Shanahan and Brian Burke. Yosman is the only one who's a moron. He came into the chat blaming me for this one. I know, like I'm the GM. Does Blitzer even remember he owns the Devils? Well, I think he will tomorrow. Steak Figs, here I was, planning a trip back home thinking I should go to a game or two. What a fool I am. I'd be a bad fan to knowingly give another cent directly to the organization without some major change. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I cannot, in my right mind, financially support a franchise that is insulting us. I certainly appreciate you guys attacking this idiot. It does make me feel good, guys. It is nice to know you guys have my back. It does make me feel good. On a night like tonight, at least I cracked a smile, so thank you all. If this fan base is moronic, you're certainly at the head of the class. This guy is a Rangers fan. Devil Dog Blitzer owns 25% of the Cleveland Guardians, and he has an option to be the majority owner soon. Oh, boy. Well, hopefully he needs to raise some capital, and he can sell the Devils. Holmes says, fans since 87 and acting worse than a child. It's embarrassing. Tropical Flamingo, we were and are a complete joke. This is a complete embarrassment. No fight, no will, no heart. I feel ashamed that this is what it had come to. Yeah. I am too. But here we are. Who is tough on this team? Official D-head. Brendan Dillon. And then there's some other guys that have a little toughness, but it's not nearly enough toughness. Snow Devil says, protest outside the Rock? No, protest outside the country club. Hockey kid of the world. If Lou was still the GM, half this team would have been traded after tonight's game. On top of him walking into the locker room at intermission and throwing a Gato jug. Embarrassing. No, this would never stand in the Lou Lamoriello regime. Yo, Holmes, every adult understands that fans have nothing to do with the current GM does. Snow, it's a shame fans have watched a tough, proud organization turn into a soft garbage team. P now, Lou and Steinbrenner are best friends. Yankees have no names on jerseys. It's about the team. Yeah, Lou adopted a couple things from the Yankees, including the facial hair policy, I think. Alex, is a joke that Fitz was happily putting his name and face out there during the 8-game win streak and now has been hiding for the past 2 months, cowardly and unacceptable. Witness protection. Tropical, and the crazy part is the GM ain't going nowhere and ownership doesn't care. This was absolutely the worst game, rock bottom, nothing more to say. Probably. Alex, is the Booings' next home game will probably be astonishing. I'm so curious to see what that looks like on TV. Chase, no, I feel bad for the Devils fans who didn't get to see the real men who put that jersey on because this is a disgrace. Yeah, so am I. I tell all the kids, go on YouTube and go see when we were a proud franchise. We're so far from that, but my God. M can't stand it. You got to give Keefe a little grace. He's probably at a loss for words. Nothing he says or does seems to result in any difference. Well, he's not scratching guys. Sorry, but that's where, when you try to give me some BS reason why Luke is unscratchable, you kind of start to lose me in a hurry. When Cotter was now sat 3 straight games. NJD for Life says we need to stop showing up. Richard said, did I read today the owners will receive $330 million for Rock updates? I didn't see that, but it's criminal. Absolutely criminal. And this is everything that's wrong with the world. They need to have less than 40% attendance. That would be nice. Swamp Fox, worst 5-5 record in the league. And most goals given up the first 5 minutes of a game. Yeah, that's phenomenal, isn't it? Snow says, this goes beyond rough. There's a real problem with this core. I don't think any coach is fixing this team. Obviously, I think a GM could start the long-winded process of doing it. I don't know, but this core is not it. Richie, Ace, are we, or is Covey at some point where we don't know, but he's been practicing forever. That would be great if he filed a grievance. That would be a nice black eye for Fitz that may lead to something happening, but we'll never know. Tom Fitzgerald is the problem, period. Davin, we have strayed so far away from our identity of the old Stevens, Niedermeyer, Danico, and Brodeur to this soft shit. Faye, if this doesn't say he's hiding from the public, then I don't know what will, but a page on the gram just posted that Fitz is dodging. He's been dodging the media. Official D-Head, thank you. As an elder Devils fan, Lou would make moves for Torek fired before the playoffs. Yeah, Lou fired people when we were doing great. If he felt something was off, you were done. Red Devil sitting in my sauna feels appropriate. Watching the season already feels like hell. Lando to Coup. I really do not understand how this team can go from looking like a top 5 team to this. Might be frauds of the century, just baffled. No one is playing to their potential. They just don't care. Some nights they look great, and some nights they look like they could. Can't wait to get home. Face it, he apparently has dodged 3 media interviews since October 1st. Meanwhile, 3 other GMs have spoken. Montreal's GM spoke, Winnipeg's, and Sens. He's hiding because he knows he's going to get peppered. So no, if we get Sprong back at the deadline, I think we can actually go on a good run. Oh, man. Serve says, also, reporters are now asking if the coaching and GM have lost the team. I mean, how would you not? We just lost 9-0. We lost 9-0. Should I pull it up and watch it in here? Let me see something. We lost 9-0 in a game where the whole world was watching to see how the Devils would respond. How long is this video? 14:40. Nah, I'll watch it when I get off here. The thumbnail picture is pretty funny, though. What an absolute joke. Yeah, I see Nico looks pissed. Brace yourself on watching it. James says, come on, you don't think Keefe is part of the problem? Team has been underwhelming during his entire tenure. The system doesn't seem to fit the players' strengths. Round peg, square hole. We want Torts. They will never bring Torts in. Well, at this point, listen, I defended Keefe up until a couple days ago. He started to lose a lot of points with me after the post-game press conference, after the Carolina game. And I'm sure that after I watch tonight, I will probably be fully done with him. But the sad reality is these soft players, I mean, this is all you need to know, right? Like there was like a public outcry and candlelight vigils because Lukehughes got bored. Like, give me a fucking break. You know, like, oh, Luke got booed. Oh, I'm so, was it excessive? Sure. Is it something for everyone to talk about incessantly like he was tasered and beaten with batons in an alleyway? No. These guys are so charm and soft. They would need endless amounts of therapy if Tortorella was their coach. He would absolutely break several of these dudes to the point of no return. And that's the sad reality. And I said that a long time ago when people said about Torts. I was like, they're not subjecting these kids to that. What are you kidding me? Luke looked like he was going to cry after the game talking about getting booed. I couldn't imagine Torts yelling in his face with spit flying. There's no way, man. These kids ain't cut out for that. And listen, I love Luke. Young kid, too much too soon, maybe. I think he's going to be a stud. But these guys have been coddled. They have been, whatever you want to call it, sheltered. And a guy like Torts would put their central nervous systems into complete shock. Complete shock. Official D had once Dodonov returns, we are Gucci. He's not even a real guy to me. Like, I don't even count him as part of the team, to be honest. This is such a dark night. It's just so sad. Yeah, Buffalo fired their GM and went on a 10-game heater. No, Nason was injured in the offseason and hasn't been the same. Of course, he also hasn't got anywhere near the power play one time. He was getting a lot of his production there. But, yeah, he certainly seems like that injury certainly has affected him, and it may, be a permanent thing. B now, seriously appreciate you hanging out here talking. This night was brutal, and I'll barely sleep. Yeah, man. Thanks for showing up. Anyone show up? Ryan and Respect said boo or don't go at all. I like those options. I'm going to not go. People should throw up fire Fitz chance, but it probably won't happen. Has anyone checked on Frank the Tank? Serve, Jack and Luke are part of the reasons why we get scored on so much. They literally turn over the puck like 5 to 10 games. Listen, you can nitpick and try to call guys out and whatever, but in the end, I'm so over trying to vilify a guy or two. The reality is, as a group, this group is a losing group. That's it. Losing group. These guys may go on to have success and win elsewhere or in other places. They ain't doing it here. Maybe one or two that get, that stay behind. If a competent GM can come in here, can fix it up. But as a group, they're cooked. Tropical Flamingo, totally agree with all your comments. Spineless, gutless, not enough words to say talking about this group. They don't care, just don't have the want to put in the hard work necessary. For sure. 9-0 is as gross as it gets. No fights, no penalties, no nothing. What is the story with the Devils press boot? You really want that, huh? I don't even know if I could get this. I'm already infuriated about this game, and now you're trying to get me to infuriate myself some more. Keith looked like he wasn't worried about anything at the presser. Make it make sense. Maybe he knows this team is cooked too. Maybe he's just waiting to get the pink slip and be relieved. Zach Chin says Markstrom needs to retire like any post a 9-11 save percentage last month and a few minutes away from a shutout against a good Mammoth team. Yeah, that's the frustrating part. There's flashes of greatness there, but then you get flashes of tonight, which apparently is one of the statistically worst goaltending games in history. Terrible. Still, oh man, you guys are pushing. Snow, Devil, media was finally asking Keith and the players there's questions regarding coaching and management. Insane Pollock, Harrison Blitzer would fire Fitz and hire Fletcher in place. That would be tragic. I certainly would hope not. Lando Taku, I really think Fitz putting guys in the trade block and nothing coming from it in conjunction with the Quinn Hughes fumble of a lifetime. Players have given up on this management and organization. I think there's some truth to that. I think there's certainly some truth to that. Fumbling on the Quinn thing just sent ripples through the team in so many different ways. Good night, Frank. Serve says even Nico said this is on the players, not the GM or the coach. But in the end, 9-0 is... It's not just tonight, right? Tonight you could say is on the players, but we should have never gotten here. The signs were there that this group was in trouble a long time ago, just like last year and the season before, and nothing is done. Nothing is done. Tropical Flamingo, next home game Wednesday night versus Seattle. No rivalry game. Why would anyone show up to this trash? I hope there are tons of empty seats for that game. That'd be nice. Maybe it's the start of some change, but it's going to take more than just one game. The sales rep still call for people to buy tickets. Oh, I've gotten emails and shit from them all the time for years. Good night, Richie. Jack, have there been more embarrassing games back to back? I don't think so. This could be it. MSG Vault, I'm on board with a new rebuild. This court isn't it, and there's no wiggle room with the dumb GM blowing it with no move clauses. Yeah. It's true. Big pieces got to go. And then you got to really lean on guys to get them to approve deals. It's too long. I don't want to do it. I want to watch it in my bed and just seethe. Russ Swift, the thing that's been bothering me for the longest time is this team doesn't support each other. Dylan got pushed around by 3 guys in Toronto and nothing happened because this team is soft. Because this team is soft. All right, guys. I'm going to give you the story y'all want. I'm going to give it to you. I got to take a leak. I'm going to get another water. And when I come back, the long-awaited tale of why the Devils organization is scum and screwed me with the media. When I come back, I'm giving it to you because why not? I'm giving it to you tonight. You want the story? I'm going to give you the story. I'm giving you the story when I come back. Get your popcorn. I'm going to be so enraged I might break my computer. It's unfortunate, but you know what, guys? Like I said, this organization is not the organization I grew up watching. I identify with nothing from the on-ice product to their marketing to how they treat paying customers to how they treat media to how they just operate as a whole. It's all completely disgusting. I'm going to throw this up. I'm taking a leak. But when I come back, y'all going to get it, man. Y'all going to get the story you want. Be right back. Gather around whatever you're watching it, kids. I'm going to give it to you. Partially encouraged by my buddy. I wasn't going to do this, but you know what? I don't even care. I'm so disgusted that it doesn't, what does it even matter, right? So listen, I got to gather my thoughts for a minute because I have to abbreviate the story. The story is so ridiculous and so long. I am going to try to abbreviate it, and I'm going to probably miss shit because it's crazy. The whole story is completely crazy. And maybe one day I'll put out the whole story. It'd be a hilarious video. Let me tell you, it would be a hilarious video. I'm not going to tell the whole story because it's way too long, but I'll give you the kind of, I'm a Cliff Notes guy, right? In high school, I never read any books. Shout out to Cliff Notes. And at the time, Pink Monkey was a website that was very popular. And I would just kind of read the summary. So I'm going to hit you all with that because the whole story probably could be, I don't know, it could probably be a 45-minute video. But anyway, this story all starts out a long time ago in the, I'm not going to say the infancy of this channel. I'd have to research exactly when, but some point when I had a decent amount of subs, and again, guys, I know people like to hate on people that do videos. Like, look, I told you all, you know the origin of this channel. I love this team. This is not this is the office that I'm in. You can only see I have And I still hope one day, if there's any wealthy folks out there that are big fans and want to finance a New Jersey Devils museum, holler at your boy, because I want to build something for the fans that the team could only dream of building, because I promise you, I have a vision of something the team could only dream of. And it encompasses so many immersive exhibits and things, and I could pull it off. I just need a lot of funding. I'll probably never get it, but I'll dream about it till the day I die. But sometime, and that's why I do this. The origin of this channel, I was putting up video clips and stuff of things like games. And it was during that 22-23 season. My very first video was the Lukehughes kind of behind the scenes, because I had the VIP seats of all the guys kind of messing with him before he went out and did his rookie lap. And I put that up and it got a lot of views. And then I was like, oh, people like to see this stuff. Like, I would have liked to see this for games I wasn't at. And so throughout that playoff run, obviously the Magical Ranger run, I put up some clips and things at games, and it did pretty well. And a lot of my friends were like, oh, you should make videos. And I was like, dude, like, I'm not talking on camera. Like, I'm not shy, but it was never something I set out or wanted to do. And for a while, they're like, just do it, just do it. And I was like, no. And if I'm being honest, I do regret, to some extent. I can't say I fully regret it, because my life took a lot of different turns and experiences and things that would have never happened. But when I was a child, I did want to work in hockey some way and interview players and be around the game in some capacity. I didn't know exactly what it was, whether it was that in some sort of marketing role or, broadcasting of some kind. But I knew I love the game. I love the team. I wanted to be around the game, be around the players, talk to the players, and all that kind of thing. And I thought about pursuing it for school. I didn't anyway. So now I'm like, okay, well, I have these little videos that people like of all the stuff at the games. I'm like, maybe I'll start, making videos that I'm in, right? It was something I never set out to do. Never thought I'd do it. So I started doing them, and like in the beginning, and shout out to those that watch some. I've watched some of my earlier videos and have absolutely cringed. Some of them were terrible, but everything's a work in progress, and you get better as you go and whatever. So I started doing it, and like, okay, I'm like, now my real goal of this entire thing, and again, I don't give a shit about any of this, guys. I'm being completely honest. Subscribers, likes, all of that, like, I appreciate all of it, but it doesn't mean anything to me. I did it, started making the videos that I'm in, because I'm like, now my goal with this whole thing is, can I do interviews with players? Can I use this as a tool to interview players? And sure enough, it happened. I was like, this is phenomenal. And shout out to everybody that supported those videos. I'm hoping to do a lot more. I started interviewing former players. It was awesome. We got some great stories, great laughs, had great rapport with all these guys. I still text with some of them occasionally. Super nice guys. I think they all had great experiences. They all said very nice things, complimentary things to me after the interview. I do think my interviews typically are a little different than many other interviews they have done before. Obviously, not to pat myself on the back, but I do have a very rich history and understanding of this team, and I'm very well prepared and researched. And so when I do go into these interviews, I think a lot of the guys I'm talking to realize that it is a little bit different than many other interviews they've done before. Fine. So now I'm doing the interviews. It's kind of what I was hoping to accomplish with it. Obviously trying to keep it pushing, go forward and forward. So then I was like, okay, now how can I cover the current team and talk to current players, right? Like, that's the real goal. And so I had reached out to the Devils. I was ignored for a long period of time. And again, this is like a very loose summary, because this is a long thing for a long time. But I was ignored for a long time. Eventually, at some point, received very short, dismissive responses that went nowhere. Despite following up, I was just kind of getting ignored. I got a couple responses total over the course of months and months. And at that point, I just became completely dejected and kind of gave up on it for a while. I was like, okay, well, like I've said, unfortunately, there is no black and white criteria. These teams are allowed to operate like the guy at the frat party door. They could let in or not let in whoever they want for no reason. And that's the reality. And so the guy at the frat house party door was not letting me in the party. I was a little devastated, but I was like, okay, I'm a fairly persistent fella. I'll keep at it eventually and see if I could work my way in. Eventually, the channel grew some more. And I was like, okay, I'm eventually going to try again. Now the channel is at this point much bigger than the first time I had reached out. Many more views. And I would say that I at this juncture, I don't think that it's indisputable at this point that you could say it is one of the largest Devils focused platforms of any kind on the internet. And I am thankful to all of you for that. I believe it is the largest non-New Jersey Devils official. I believe it is the largest Devils YouTube channel. And I'm not trying to brag or anything like that. But in terms of what we're talking about, it kind of matters. And so I was like, okay, I should be in a much better position now to maybe get some traction. And again, I appreciate all of you for this. None of this happens without your support, with you guys watching the videos, participating in the lives. None of it's possible. And so you guys helped me build this thing to a point where I thought now I'm on much better footing to possibly break through. Fast forward now to this September of 25. September of 25. I'm like, wow, it would be really cool to be able to cover training camp. Covering training camp would be awesome. Again, I'm trying to, for me, I always want to put out stuff, and I'm a harsh critic. I personally dislike a lot of the stuff that I put out. I'm my own biggest critic, but I said, I want to put out shit that I personally would watch. And again, I am the harshest critic. Prior to me doing this, I did not ingest much Devils content, and I guess there really wasn't that much out there. I would read articles and whatever, and maybe a video here or there, but I wasn't like fully entrenched in it. And I was like, I want to put out stuff that I think is worthy of people watching and stuff that I legitimately would watch. And so I was like, training camp, I remember, going back even as a kid, I was like, that's something that I thought always could have used more coverage. And quite frankly, I've thought forever the team could have used and benefited from more coverage, more in-depth coverage, more kind of player profiles, just tons of stuff that other teams in the NHL and other teams around other professional sports leagues do that the team does not do. And I thought I could potentially not fill a void, but at least add to what is available out there for New Jersey Devils fans. As a small market team, I always thought, like, we need more. I want more. I'm sure there's other people that want more. How do I go about trying to do this? And so I said, all right, training camp this year would be a great thing to try to get in there and do something worthwhile for the people. At some point in September, I reach out to the powers or power that be at the New Jersey Devils, with another nice email like the previous ones, explaining who I am, giving some stats on the channel, explaining what I'm trying to do. Would it be possible to cover training camp? No response. Shockingly enough, no response. Not surprised whatsoever, right? Okay, fine. I let a few days or a week go by. I follow up again to the same party. We'll call it party. Ignored again. I now wait a few days after that because now I'm getting pissed. Like, it's one thing to tell me to, go fly a kite. Like, tell me no. Don't ignore me. And, I don't even know if I'm more mad if this is a reflection on how they treat the quote unquote media, or if I'm more mad about this is how they treat paying customers, because I have been a paying customer of this organization's for 3 decades, ranging from tickets, special events, merchandise, apparel. And so, as a longtime paying customer of the team, and whether they want to acknowledge the validity of it or not, in this new world, I am somewhat of a media member. People will want to split hairs and do whatever. In the end, I'm putting out videos. People are watching it. More people are watching it than other people's videos. And so I'm sorry. This is the new world of media, whether you realize it or not. And again, this is not to be braggadocious in any way or self-serving. This is just the facts and the stats of what we are talking about. And so now I'm like, damn, you treat paying customers and media or, quasi media pretty awfully. But I'm like, head down. I'm going to try to get a result and keep on keeping on and see if I could finally get my way in. So now we're getting closer to training camp. I've obviously not heard anything whatsoever. I decide the only thing, and I'm not a person that normally does this, and I hate people that do this, but unfortunately my hands were tied and I had no other option. I said, this person clearly is not doing their job. I mean, just tell me no. That would be doing your job. I would say ignoring people is not doing your job. Topic for another day. I do not get a response whatsoever. So then I decide my only shot that I have is to reach out to somebody higher on the food chain. And I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty specifics, but I reached out to someone higher on the food chain, explained who I am, what I was trying to do, explained that the previous person I had tried to go through ignored me multiple times. I very clearly expressed my displeasure and honestly distaste for how it was handled. Like, again, tell me no, cool, but at least answer me. Ignoring people is highly unprofessional and honestly a terrible look. But it is what it is. This is the world we live in. Unfortunately, tons of companies, large and small, do things like this. And it's unfortunate that a team that I love engages in some of these practices. And so I go higher on the food chain, explain all this, explain what I'm trying to do. I do not get a response from this person, but several days later, I get a response from the first person that was ignoring me. And at that point, that person wrote a pretty brief email that was like, we'll give this a try, send me some dates you'd potentially want to cover the team. And that was that. Oh, and also, and I'm not going to get into the specifics on this either, but in the body of that email said something that made it very, very obvious and clear that they were bothered by the fact that I went above them for all of this. And again, I'm not that guy. I don't do that. I give people every opportunity to do the right thing. In this case, the right thing could have been just telling me no. Do your job. Tell me no. I would have accepted it. I would have been pissed. But that is much better than ignoring. So this party chose to ignore. I went above them. They reply back, obviously at the, nudging of their superior, begrudgingly said, give me some dates. We'll try this out, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. And made it clear that they were bothered that I did this. No, bothered that I went over their head. Bothered that I went over their head for this. So I send the dates. I don't even remember what dates I sent. I sent a bunch. I think I sent like the first, I don't know, this is kind of irrelevant. I sent the first maybe dozen games on the schedule, right? Eventually they reply back that I am approved for the, let me see here. I think it was the Edmonton game, the second game of the season. Yeah, it was the second game of the season. Home opener was not available, which is fine. I was going to go to that anyway. So I was approved for the Edmonton Oilers game. Cool. I go, do the thing. Cool experience. Didn't get any questions in, just trying to get the lay of the land. Go in the press box. Do the whole thing. I ended up doing the 4 games in a row. So this is where some of the details will get fuzzy, but they're insignificant to the story. But in the end, I get the October 18th Oilers game, October 22nd Wild, the 24th against the Sharks, and the 26th against the Avalanche. 4 consecutive home games. This is amidst the 8-game heater. I am 4-0 as a credentialed media member. And yeah, I was feeling good, obviously. I got a couple questions in the Sharks game, I believe, when I asked Dougie a question and asked Keith one in the post-game press conference, and was just still kind of getting a feel for it, right? So I did 4 games. I was feeling good. I'm like, okay, kind of trying to plan things out in my head, ideas and things I wanted to do. And so, okay, so side note to that. Did those 4 games. If you're not aware, the press box is literally in the sky, right? It's literally at the top of the arena, super high up. And, like it is what it is. That's how it is in most arenas. However, as most of you know, I have no aspirations of being a journalist or jumping teams, and no shade to anybody else, but a lot of the people covering the Devils and other teams, will jump at a better opportunity in this world to go cover another team, maybe in another sport, another league, whatever it is. I certainly would like to maybe one day be able to cover hockey as a whole, but I certainly have no aspirations of going and covering any other team in the league or any other team in any other sport. I did not get into this to do this. I kind of found myself here. I love the New Jersey Devils, and that is all I was focused on. This is the only team I want to cover. This is where I want to be, and it happened in a small dose. Got the 4 games. Now, the skybox is in the sky, and I'm not trying to sound ungrateful or whatever it is, but in the end, I am a fan, as you all know. And in my older age, I do enjoy watching the games from better seats. And so for the 4 games, 3 of the games, I also had a ticket, a paid-for ticket to the game in conjunction with the press pass. The press pass allows you in the press box. It gets you into the locker room right after the game, and it gets you to the Sheldon Keefe post-game presser, which is in a different room, a short walk away from where they do the locker room interviews. So for 3 of the 4 games, I had a paid-for ticket. One of them, I believe, and again, this is not to kick their backs in even more, but they made me request each game by game by game, and one of them they did not approve until the day of the game. And so I didn't think I was going to get approved. So the night before, one of my buddies wanted to go to the game, and so we bought tickets. I was like, it looks like they're not going to approve me. I'm going to buy the ticket. They ended up approving me the day of the game when I already had the tickets. So I was like, okay, fine. I'm going to go with my buddy. I have the press pass. We'll either drive separate or he'll wait for me, whatever it is. I'll chill with him, watch the game with him, and do the press thing after. So 3 of the 4 games, I have paid for tickets. One I bought, and I believe, I don't remember if I bought 2 and my buddy gave me a season tickets once, or I bought 1 and my buddy gave me a season tickets for 2. Either way, I had paid for tickets. Paid for tickets in addition to the press pass. Do my thing normally, do the vlog, eat some food, do some video of the press box, did some stuff in the locker room, whatever, put the vlogs together. So then we fast forward to after my 4-game stint where I sat in non-press box seats for 3 games as a paying customer, as I have been for 30 years. For 30 years, paying customer all over the arena, the old barn, the new barn. I've sat everywhere there is to sit, the best seats, the worst seats, everywhere in between. At the Prudential Center, I have been in the lounges since they opened. And so for 3 of the 4 games, I had, again, a paid-for ticket in addition to the press pass. They went on the road, let me see here, for 2 games. I then, at some point a week or so later, had reached out and requested the next home game, which was Thursday, November 6th, against the Montreal Canadiens. That thriller that Timo tied up late and sent to overtime. sent to overtime. And a couple days before the game, I was told that they were going to hold off on this currently, and basically said the press credential grants access to media areas, and credentials may not be used to enter club lounges, and they list all the lounges, and that if you are required to work in those areas, you may not take food from those areas because they are designated for paying customers, and then go on to tell me about that media can purchase food from the arena and the concession, but they are not to use credentials to get free items. And says all this as a reason to deny me the credential. Doesn't ask, just assumes that I use the credential to go in the lounge and steal food, which absolutely did not happen. Absolutely did not happen. And the only thing I will say in his defense, and I'm going to bash him further after this, in his defense, I will say there has probably never been a media member in the history of the media that ever had a press pass that would pay for a ticket, because why would they? You know, they're media, they have a free ticket, like why are they going to buy one? Now, again, your boy Ace is a different animal. I am not traditional media. I am a fan. I am a paying customer. I am a diehard. And so I see this message and my blood boils. Basically told that I'm a freeloading bum and improperly used the credential to steal paying customers' food. I was furious. I had to do a lap. Took me a couple minutes. I'm like, hopefully cooler heads prevail here. And this was just a misunderstanding that will get cleared up. Spoiler alert, that is not what happened. Cool off, get to my computer, send a very nice long email explaining, there was a misunderstanding here. I did not use the media credential to improperly steal food and freeload. Got the wrong guy. Mind you, this is even funnier. You could pay $10 for there's like a media meal when you first go in the media room. It's like kind of like a lower end version of what they'd have in some of the lounges. Very nice setup they do for the media members. And you could pay $10 and have a media meal. My dumbass, again, because no one would do this, but I don't care, right? Because this is not about money. This is not about anything other than love of this team and this organization. Every game I went to, let me tell you, I had lounge. The 3 of the 4 games, I had lounge seats, which obviously include the food, which I showed in the vlog. I also bought a media meal just to try it out. I bought a media meal at every single one for $10. What do I care? It's $10. $10 every game, had a nice little media meal appetizer, and then went and enjoyed the paying customers' food that came with the lounges. Just to show I am clearly not this freeloader that you accuse me of being, but I'm still hopeful at this point. I'm like, listen, I'm going to send the email, and hopefully they're like, oh, we're sorry, this is a misunderstanding. And again, the only thing I got up to this point is that I do understand, while I think it was crazy to jump to the conclusion that's what I did, I could understand it because, like I said, no other person in the media would ever do this. And again, I'm not a regular media member, or at this point, I'm not a media member at all, but I'm a diehard fan. I don't give a shit. Thank you for the press pass. Thank you for the accommodations and the free seat, but I'll still support this franchise and give you money to sit in the seat that I want. And so I did that thrice or whatever. My buddy gave me a ticket or 2 and I bought one, whatever it is. Had paid for legit tickets 3 of the 4 times. And so now I sit down and I'm like, all right, you're getting mad for no reason. Like, the accusation alone did kind of fire me up, but I was like, I could sort of get it because no one else would do this. And I understand that. So it was a first for everything. So I'm like, all right, once I explain it, they'll probably, it'll probably be fine. So I sit there, send a very nice long email explaining, unfortunately, this was a misunderstanding. I would never improperly use a credential for any benefits or to steal food. I am not the freeloader that you're alluding to that I am. I have been a longtime diehard fan of this franchise and paying customer for years and years. I've been in the lounges for eternity and did not use the credential to steal the paying customers' food. And in fact, I was also a paying customer on the games in question. Long email, explained it all. And then I said, I am happy to provide proof if you need it. I have proof of the ticket. I will gladly furnish that. Let me know. And I thought that would be fine. Send a long email explaining all of it. Let me just make sure I'm accurate here. Under an hour and a half later. I was steaming and the email's long, so it came in the morning and I responded early afternoon about an hour and a half later. Ghosted. Absolute crickets. The franchise that I love, that I've loved since I was a little kid, that I've given tens of thousands of dollars to over the years. And again, I'm not saying, tons of people are in that same boat, but a team that I have supported financially and otherwise forever to accuse me of stealing food. And then when I explain it, ghosted me. Completely ghosted me. Now, again, I have to just reference a couple things because I want to be accurate here. Ghosted. At that point, after, I don't know, let's see. So they ghosted me for a long time. I just want to make sure I get factual stuff here because I'm a very fact-based guy. Ghosted me after I immediately responded. I let it go. Didn't say anything. Let it simmer for 2 weeks. And let me see how many other games I missed. At this point, I'm furious. Like, games are coming off the calendar. And I'm just like, it is what it is. Yeah, so I miss a bunch of games. Then they go on the road. So now I let this simmer for 2 weeks. 15 days after being ghosted. 15 days after being ghosted, on the 20th of November, I follow up and simply request the credential for Monday, the 24th against Detroit. This is on the 20th. So I request the credential for Monday, the 24th. And guess what, guys? Ghosted again. At this point, I'm fucking seething. I'm not going to lie. Like, listen, I had to deal with a lot to even get there. And then I finally get a little taste, and then it gets snatched away over some complete BS. And then I explain it and ghosted. So now I'm steaming. Ghosted. Obviously, they don't respond. I don't get anywhere with that. So now the day after that game, I've now missed a shitload of games. Now it's Tuesday, November 25th. Unfortunately, what else do I have to do, right? I'm sure some of you can predict where this goes. I'm sure you're smart and you can figure out, well, what am I going to do now, right? I give them a bunch of chances, so what am I going to do? I have no choice to do the original play. I have to go over this individual's head once again to the same party that I did the first time. To the same party I did the first time. So now I reach out to that party. And now I have to explain the entire thing from the beginning. Now I have to explain, blah, blah, blah. I tried to get in. The whole thing, I know that he had something to do with me getting in the first time. Had the 4 games, explain all that, and then explain that I basically was accused of stealing as a, whether you want to call me a longtime paying customer or a media member of some kind or both, accused of stealing food, which was completely false. And when I explained what happened, ghosted. Absolutely ghosted. So now I have to go back to this guy again, who I'm sure does not want to be bothered with this shit. This is the other person's job. He doesn't want to deal with this, but I'm in a corner. I have no other choice. And so I go back to this individual and explain the entire thing. And guess what? He doesn't respond. No response from him. Now I'm just furious, right? At this point, like, you know, I'm just the unprofessionalism and just, I could go on forever, and I'm going to try to not, you know, get too whatever, but talking about it fires me up because it's some of the most nonsensical crap I've ever dealt with in my life at any point. So the higher up guy does not respond. Okay. He does not respond. A couple days go by after that. And now I'm like, I'm going to go back to the original guy. Ask him for a pass for the December 1st game against Columbus. Shockingly, that was a couple days before. Shockingly, I get a response from the original transgressor after I followed up. Sorry. So I sent one email, no answer, followed up again on the day of the game, and get a response shortly thereafter that just says holding off. We'll touch base. Sorry. Holding off for now. We'll touch base. That was the context of the email. December 1st. December 3rd. December 3rd, I follow back up with the higher up guy. Followed up with the higher up guy again, hoping that he could do something. You know, this was right after Thanksgiving. He does not respond. Fast forward a little over a week later, I then again go back to the original party and ask for games that weekend, and not responded to. And so, unfortunately, I have to say, and I don't even care at this point, right? This is complete garbage to just ignore people for no reason after falsely accusing a paying fan, a 3-decade-long paying fan, accusing me of stealing food, to have the audacity to ignore me after I explained to you, no, you buffoon, I didn't steal the food. I had a paid-for ticket. To have the audacity to then just ghost me. And so, as I told you guys, it does, I'll back up. It does make me hate the organization. I'll always love the team. I certainly hate the organization. I feel bad for anyone else who is subject to the behaviors of this particular individual. Atrocious. Does not belong employed in the industry that they are in, disrespecting paying customers in this fashion. And it sucks. And I know I'm not the only one. And I've heard from other people, they've had awful experiences with this individual as well. And so it is what it is, guys. Like I said, they get to pick and choose who they want in. For whatever reason, this individual wanted me out as soon as possible, thought they had something legitimate to get rid of me, that I stole food, and then I blew his entire thing up when I told him that, no, I did not steal food. I had the ticket, like I have had for years. Is unacceptable on so many levels and makes me fully hate the organization. So, you know, I appreciate you sticking through the long-winded story. I'm not trying to sound like sour grapes or whatever, but a lot of you have been asking about it. And I did tell you eventually I would tell the story. And it's super unfortunate. This is the only sports franchise that I care about. I love this team, but they completely did me dirty. It is not ran professionally whatsoever. And this is how they treat paying customers and or media, depending on how you want to look at it. But completely completely disrespectful, dismissive, and completely unprofessional. And it is what it is. And so, I'll waste a couple minutes of my time to try again at some point, but it's very clear that, I am not one of the chosen ones and never will be. And so will continue to do what I can. It really sucks because I do think the current team can use some more coverage. Some people are doing a good job, but I think there always could be more. I think I have a lot of great ideas. I actually think I have a lot of ideas for videos for marketing different things that would benefit the team. But I clearly will never be embraced by the franchise, or at least while these individuals are employed. And that's it. There's nothing I could do about it. And so there it is, guys. Didn't want it to come off as sour grapes. It's just the reality of what happened. And yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking, I was close. I got a little taste, and I will, a lot of my buddies tried to cheer me up. They're like, oh, you got to do something that, 99.8% of fans will never get to do. And while that's true, that's certainly just, it doesn't make me feel any better about it. Honestly, it doesn't make me feel any better. Like, yeah, cool. It is something to be somewhat proud of, but like total slap in the face the way it ended. And it made me not want to go to games anymore. And that was honestly, if I'm being real, that was before the team started playing horribly. And I told you guys, like, I'm kind of dealing with this internal struggle. And I know a lot of you probably think I'm like overreacting or whatever, but I have been a loyal paying customer of this team for decades. I have spent, and again, this is nothing of their concern, but I have spent thousands of hours on this channel with lives and videos, trying to connect with the fans, build a community, do something kind of cool for the fans. And I certainly appreciate all of you for the support throughout the whole endeavor. And it sucks. I thought I was going to be able to really do some cool shit for you guys, but the rug kind of got pulled out from underneath me, but it was totally bogus reason. It was totally unprofessional. If anyone tries to say that me talking about this is unprofessional, I don't really care. I don't think it is. In the end, I've always been a person who stands on the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I don't care. I have nothing to hide. And that is not my version of the story. This is not one of those things where like, oh, there's three sides to every story. That is exactly what happened. Facts. No interpretations or anything of the kind. That is a factual account of your boy Ace's brief media career and how it came to an end. And so it is what it is. Yeah, I do think they are a Mickey Mouse organization, unfortunately. It is completely unfortunate, but after dealing with something like that firsthand, I can only imagine what happens in other departments and whatever. If this type of behavior and disrespect is allowed, I could only imagine. Army, appreciate it, Ace. You do an awesome job and deserve it. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, but it doesn't make it any better. Art says, hey, Ace, you can't be part of the Devils media. You are not one of the chosen ones. That was made very clear. Ride and respect. Nothing about this franchise is professional. It seems from on the ice to everything off the ice. I'm now starting to question everything. And it's such a shame. A once proud franchise. Benjamin, that is disgusting, frankly. I'm disgusted by it. But here we are, right? Brandon, if it's this unprofessional, can you imagine the higher up coaching this team? I can't imagine everything. Presify, out the guy, Ace, F it. Who cares anymore? What'll happen? Out the POS, tell us who it is. No, I'm not going to take it to that level, but if people really wanted to figure it out, it's not too hard. It's no secret, and many people watching this already know who it is, and it's fine. I'm not looking to, let this person, I can only hope that karma comes around on them one day, because to treat people so poorly, I try to do right by everybody and treat people with kindness, in my everyday life and whatever. And, the only person who had any sort of issue with me, I think, throughout all the experience In my brief 4-game media career, had great conversations with Kenny Danico, had multiple great conversations with Don LaGreca, had great conversations with longtime engineer Roland Dratch. Talked to all kinds of people from visiting broadcast teams. I don't think one person would have a bad word to say about me. Carried myself professionally. If I'm being honest, looked much more professional than a lot of the people there. And again, that's not to throw shade, but that's just, it is what it is. Went about my business in a professional manner and was told I stole food when I had a paid for ticket. Crazy. No, I'll say never, but a smooth. Red says, denying you a credential and falsely claiming that you're stealing to the point that it affects your livelihood might give you something. Could be seen as retaliatory as well, fire fits and all. I don't even care, man. I've had a couple friends that I told the story to were like, you should sue. You should sue. Like, I'm not a sue person. I'm not suing them. Like, I don't care that much. Like, if this is who you are, so be it. I could only hope karma comes around. That's it. I'm not trying to sue nobody. I don't know that that would be a valid or legitimate case either. I mean, in today's world, people sue for all kinds of shit. So maybe it would, but I'm certainly not going to do that. I have no interest. You don't want me? I'm not going to beg. And I would say what I've done already probably would constitute begging to many, or at least the amount of inquiries, but I'm done. It is a former part of my life, and I can only hope that other people that have to deal with this individual get a much better treatment. Army, we should all email the team and give them hell. There's no one cares, man. No one cares. Ryan respects says we lost Novo and got soft questions for like a year. We need more. But a move would be awesome if they realized what it would do to work with you. I follow you more than their official social media pages. But they don't care, man. People like control and power, and I don't know. I'm not part of the crew. It's fine. I'm over it. I fortunately have a friendly relationship with someone very big in the media world, not hockey, but in the media world, who I gave a Cliff Notes version of the story to, and they just told me, like some of the biggest people in media don't do these things. They're like, who's like, gave me some encouraging words and was like, don't care, do what you've been doing and keep it moving. Like, this is not going to make or break me, and it won't. Again, I would have loved to be able to contribute more in terms of the current team. And if somehow any spouses of current players or current players themselves will cross the company line and defy orders from this tyrant, open door. Would love to have any current Devils on the show. Hit me up. Social media, open door. Would love to talk to some of the boys. I don't think they will, because I think they all listen to this individual who has probably slandered me for nonsense. But I'm a food thief, guys. I'm stealing the paying customers' food. What a joke. Declare Lightning after a healthy scratch is hilarious. Yeah, hopefully when Cotter comes back, he gets a hattie. Devs fan, that totally sucks. This management group, yeah, lots of issues. Frank, we should start a letter writing campaign. That's not going to do anything. I'm not going to stop you, but it's certainly not going to do anything. And I'm fine with it. Honestly. Yeah, it's the chosen ones. You're either one or you're not. Nick says, sounds like you have a case for slander accusing you of stealing food. Well, that's fine. I don't really care, man. I'm not looking to make it a bigger deal. It just sucks. That's the way it ended. But it is what it is. In print, it's libel. NJD for life. You're not overreacting, brother. To continue to shell out money with the lack of respect they show is hard to do. Yeah. And it sucks because now it's like, it hurts me. And now that the team's awful and, all the other things makes it a little bit easier. But like, I love nothing more than to go to games. And it's like, I cannot give you money after you spit in my face. Red Devil says, seriously, contact a good civil attorney. Sounds like slander all day. I don't think there's a legit case there. And even if there was, I don't care to pursue it. You want to be these types of people in this type of organization, be my guest, man. Be my guest. I'm not going to pursue it. Can we sign a petition to get you back in? No. I mean, you could try. I'm not going to ask you to. I'm not going to stop you. But it certainly, is, it's not going to make a difference, guys. They make the rules. That's it. They don't care. They don't care about me as a paying customer, and they certainly don't care about you guys. Reiner respects the slander is very hard to prove, and they probably sent without outright accusing him, hence saying hold off. I mean, it's pretty clear that, they said I stole food, but or improperly consumed food from the paying customers, which I was. But yeah, I don't care about this. Sticky says one of, if not the GOAT of Devils YouTuber behind you. I appreciate that. Ryan respected, they wanted to accuse him, they would have done so and barred him. Well, they pretty much did, and they banned me from media, so. Red Devil says they'll take it on contingency. An NHL team has deep pockets to wind up paying your attorney fees. I don't care, guys. Like I said, I'm not going to beg. You don't want me there, I'll just keep doing my thing like I'm doing. I would love to talk to the current guys, but it's not in the cards. Maybe one day there's a new regime that understands the new world of online and all this stuff and treats paying customers differently. But that day's not today. Chowski said their social media sucks. Their presentation at the Rock is repetitive and stale. They have messed up their broadcast group, even though it's MSG. Love Dano. This ownership has ruined the team. Wow. It certainly seems that way. I have nothing positive to say personally. I'll never become a Ranger fan. I'll always love this team, and that's the thing that sucks. If I was treated this way by like anything else, and I can't think of a good analogy, but like if it was something else I was affiliated with that I was not so intertwined with my life, I clearly would ditch them, drop them like a bad habit and sever and not care about it entirely. But the Devils is something that I cannot do that with. So I cannot go to games, but I cannot watch and not be a fan. It's just too much of a part of my life. And so it's unfortunate in that way, but the man from Jersey, I'll live. Ace, I just saw the highlights since I don't have Hulu or ESPN. What an atrocity tonight. Down 7-0, gave up 2 goals in the last minute and a half. Pathetic. It's one of the grossest ones. One of the grossest ones I've ever seen. Benjamin, they just don't want anyone unchosen making inquiries. Sound familiar? I don't know. Davey boy, you've made the last couple of years manageable. Thanks, Ace. Thanks for watching, man. Thank you. Diva Darkwish, I listened to the whole story. So messed up to leave in the dark like that. Isn't it these people's jobs to correspond with media folks? They would just say I'm a idiot with a YouTube channel. I'm sure is what they would say. I don't know how they would justify it, but essentially I was in there and I got terminated because they falsely accused me of stealing food. That's what it boils down to. No, guys, it's not a person that's on TV. I'm not gonna give the name, but it's not like a camera-facing person. Amanda Stein and Sal don't deal with this. They're on-air personalities. Damien, this is the problem with the world, Ace. This world is run by money. The good people of this world get used, abused, and stepped over for the benefits and comfort of things money buys. I mean, I don't see the correlation here with that per se. But I don't know. I don't see the correlation here, but as when you get to make the rules, then nothing matters. Dogzell says old media feels threatened by the new paradigm. But what is even old? Like, there is no old media anymore. Everything is new paradigm. The entire media is the new paradigm. Des fan, when I couldn't get tickets for Devils Rangers 94 playoffs, I wrote Lou a letter and 3 days later received a response to contact his personal secretary to pick up tickets for 3 home games. Customer service. I mean, yeah, you cannot talk about the legend of Lou Lamoriello compared to what we're dealing with now. Night and day. And there's so many legendary stories of Lou just going above and beyond and being an absolute gangster. God bless Lou Lamoriello. We owe him for everything we have or had in the past. Red Devil falsely accusing you of stealing in a professional manner. Well, they didn't. They didn't use the word stealing, but they basically insinuated that I did, and it was in an email to me, so it wasn't to the public. I'm sure they told people that, maybe. I'm sure that, but I can never prove that. And again, I don't care to. It's over and done with. You guys wanted the story, and I gave it to you. I'm over it. I'm still going to be here doing the live snow and making videos. I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 reporters. Why should USA be barred from the Olympics? Stickfix says, you're just a kid in front of a camera, Ace. The New Jersey Devils is a professional organization for professional media. Yeah. I'd love to talk to Markey. Markey's high on my list. I talked to him in depth at an event last year. Super cool guy. Very honest, very blunt, very in tune. He's an old school guy. You guys know I like the old school guys. Markey is super high on my list. For sure. But, maybe one day when he retires, I don't know. It's not going to happen anytime soon. You have a no move clause. Evan Spitzy, hey, I'm sorry that happened to you. I got falsely accused of doing things that I haven't done either, that I got kicked out for. I did nothing wrong. Yeah, it happens, man. Life's not fair, right? Benjamin, thanks, Ace, for your candor. I'm really starting to hate this fraud. Can't lie. Yeah. I know. I got to stop stealing the fries. But if we did start a letter writing campaign, where would we send it for the most impact? Guys, I appreciate it. And then there's no win here, because even in some hypothetical world where this would work, which I don't think it is, then they're going to be like, oh yeah, that idiot went and cried online and all of his people email bombed us. Like, I just don't even care anymore. I have no idea. This organization just does not care about its clients, the fan. The paying fan. They just don't care. Disturb Corn says it clearly wasn't the food. Dogzilla says, good advice. You are advocate of the fans. Forget these losers. Snow Devil Ace, it sucks that they treated you like that. I couldn't name a single person in the press box other than the MSG crew. Loved it that you were there. Hope it works out sometime down the line. I don't think it will. But, maybe in the future regime when these individuals are removed, which I don't have, much hope that they will. It seems like they have a lifetime appointment as well, to the detriment of the organization. Frat Club. Right, and respect, I guarantee you there are plenty of other teams out there who would love to have someone with a following cover the team. It's all about engagement. The Devils have never understood that. No, they don't understand a lot of stuff. But like I said, I have no desire to do that, and so that's probably true, but that doesn't help me any. It's pretty funny though. Stiffy says loyalty is dead nowadays. There's no loyalty in anything, guys. We live in such a messed up world. Brandon, this story makes me like your channel more. Higher ups always get rid of the honest people and only want corruption like everything else. RW media is a propaganda tool and they want to control it 100%. I don't know if that's true. Listen, the reporters ask questions that clearly the team would not like. So it's not like they're controlling that. This I think was more of a personal vendetta, if I'm being honest, than anything else. That's what I truly thought it was. And it is what it is. Right, and respect, if you lived in Vegas and had a decent following, I'm sure they'd look at you with money bag eyes. Well, again, for a team that is owned by a big group that owns other teams and stuff, you'd imagine they would be a little more insightful into marketing and things. And am I going to change the world or do anything like that for them? No, but they have done tons of promos and things that I've seen in stuff that I know for a fact, if I made a video, it would do something for it. Promos that many of you never even knew existed. And so they just don't see the value. This individual does not like me, and that's fine. I'm not here to try to change anyone's opinion. I appreciate all of you. I think the audience speaks for itself. And the fact that they do not care that their paying customers, the Devils fans, have overwhelmingly shown support to me, that means more to me than anything. And so the team could try to, or not try to, the team can screw me over, but it just shows more, tone deafness. Because as paying customers, you Devils fans have supported and shown that you enjoy what I'm doing. So it is what it is. Devs fan 202, the Devs management sucks and that's not on you. No, I know, man. Thank you. I know it's not on me, but it just sucks that this is the team that, that I have a channel for, that I'm sitting here talking to you guys hours on end, team that I desperately want more than anything to succeed, and got blackballed. But it is what it is. If you stole, why are you allowed back there? Because I told them it's a lie and they know it is. So I didn't steal food. That's the reality is I did nothing wrong. So I'm not allowed back in media, but they're not going to not take my money to go to other games. Now, I'm not going to give them money. But Red Devil says we should all sue them for emotional distress after that performance they put on tonight. Brutal. And the Islanders should be put on trial for the murder of the Devils. Yeah, it's been rough, guys. Man, you guys wrote a shitload in here. I'm trying to catch up. You just got to go back and rewatch it. Just go back and rewatch it. I explain it all pretty thoroughly. 23 Ryan. I think if we all just quit going there and telling everyone else we know not to, also then it'd be the worst punishment. Well, that's a totally different, that's people voicing their displeasure with the on-ice product right now, which I wouldn't blame anyone for. Buttis Move says TV is legacy media, radio is vintage legacy. Diva Darkwish, can't wait for the 2026 NJD all jersey. I heard it's going to be a leotard and a tutu. And so many of you guys are so down on this team right now, and I am too. My heart's broken. It's a complete wrap. Like, I don't see anything positive coming out of the rest of the season. The man from Jackhughes, I agree. They do need to upgrade their in-arena experience. It really is repetitive. I also went to Filipino night since my wife is Filipino, and they even botched that experience. Maybe you got hungry, champ. Benjamin, theft of services at a minimum was the accusation. Yeah, pretty much. Brian J says, great story, Ace, you're a legend. Screw the higher-ups. Yeah, screw the higher-ups, but in the end, they're the people that say, you can't talk to players, so it sucks. It sucks. If Russia was barred, what is this about? I can't entertain nonsense right now. Yeah, I had a ticket in the lounge to get the food, exactly. Paid for ticket, which I explained. It's crazy. Chowski, the experiences I've had the last few years are so repetitive and stale. I hate it. I can come up with so many better ways to present the team at the Rock. Ace, the Husky Scar, some of your followers are such trolls. Ignore them. Keep rocking this. What are people trolling? I missed it. Goaler. Which camera to use? The quality looks different, better. When was the last time you watched one, Goaler? I switched my camera a few weeks ago because something happened to it. Technically, I think my original camera was better. It was the Sony A6400. The camera I am using currently is a Sony ZV-E10, I think. But I also don't know when the last time you watched the live. I also don't have my spotlight on because this is the red room situation. So maybe that's why you think it looks better? Brian J says, even though you're wrong about Timo, he's soft. Come on, man. If Timo's soft, what are the rest of these guys, Brian? Art says, money is their god. We're cattle. Don't expect respect. B now says, I sold an SUV to Tom Chorsky. I got about 10 games worth of tickets let in the locker room. Jersey signed by team. Chorsky drove me home. I met the player several times, treated like gold. Things change. And those are the good old days. That's phenomenal, man. It's a great story. I love Tom Chorsky. Husky Unchained, forget those clowns. Just keep doing you. It's working well. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. B now says, terrible how things have changed from the Lou era. Insane Pollock, Ace, sounds like if you had stayed in the press box area, they would have found another excuse to not give you a press pass. I'm sure. It's obviously not legit, right? And, the facts of the matter clearly illustrate it was completely illegitimate. So you're correct. If it wasn't If it wasn't that, it would have been something else, probably equally as erroneous and ridiculous. And that's fine. I'll live with that. Hextall. St. Pollock, he got told to answer you back and let you a couple games in, and that's was all he was going to give you. Probably. My dog for GM, I listen to Keith's presser, and you can hear the players joking around in the back room. They clearly don't give an F. That's brutal. I haven't gotten to that level of rage yet. I'll watch it after this. Chowski, they make the experience at the Rock too PG and woke. I completely understand the value of making things family friendly, but make the Rock a place where fans can get rowdy and get the team going. That's not what they're going for anymore. Put us move. Do you still have the food? No, it's the ticket. Of course I have the ticket. Shockingly enough, they ghosted and never asked for the proof because I clearly have the proof. Like I wasn't lying about it. I obviously have the proof, and obviously I still have it. Be now, 2 a.m. fans here who care about you, Ace and our Devils. They can't take that from us. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Benjamin says, I'd never buy another ticket after that fiasco. Sorry, would not do it. Yeah, but like, I have to punish myself now because they're scumbags. Like, it's really unfortunate. And like, it's a thing I really deal with. Like, I'm going to give these people money after they spit in my face. Like, it's really hard. It's a really hard thing to come to terms with. And that's on top of getting your intelligence insulted by Fitzgerald still having a job. Like how long can it go on for? I don't know. Kohler says Markstrom should have got pulled at 3-0. Oh, I think so for sure. 3-0 should have been it. The man from Jers have exclusively NJ-related media. Played on the Jumbotron throughout the game. Play some cup-winning highlights or something to get the crowd excited instead of a noisometer. Ryan and Respect hits him with the last kick in the nuts this team has for us is when they claw back just enough to make it interesting and then miss the playoffs. One of my buddies texted me that tonight. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to miss by a good margin. My dog, 4GM, this organization is broken, let alone the team. I completely agree. Maybe it wouldn't be good for Markstrom, the team, but I'd love to hear him and Nico do a long-form podcast interview midseason to get some idea of WTF is going on there right now, especially here. That's not happening, man. Imagine we had a home game tomorrow, how many people would show up? Season ticket holders. Season ticket holders would. Maxentius Decimus. As a Leafs fan, this was a Keith masterclass. Enjoy the lessons they will learn. May God have mercy on you all. Yeah, thanks for the kind words. It seems like your old problem is now our problem. And I didn't think he was part of the problem. But after the press conference, the last game, and now what I'm inevitably going to watch when I get off of here, I'm sure I'm quickly going to change my tune. Put us move. Maybe it wouldn't be good for the art of war to give any insight, but it'd be crazy interesting to hear something about it. Like there's got to be something going on. No, not just we suck. I mean, but they're not gonna tell you that. They're not gonna tell you that. So you're never gonna get it. Maybe years from now, someone will talk about it. Inside this locker room. Maria, what's going on? Return from the front. We got shelled. Ace, hope you're starting to feel better. A little bit. Goller says, I heard great things about the ZVE10 for vlogging. I'll get it too in white. I'll tell you what, man. And one of my buddies, who's a very big YouTuber, has a real channel, got one, and he loves it as well. The ZVE10, pound for pound, it's not that much. I mean, at least, as far as cameras go, I don't think it's that much, Goller. It's a great camera. It really is. I have two of them, actually, because I have multi-cameras. Yeah, they're great cameras. Part of our season's over by Olympic break. Ace the Husky, I just find some of them being so negative to you. Example, the one person mentioned that the media is meant for professionals and just laughed. Just a few of the rude comments I read. Oh, I'd love to know. Enlighten me. Who said that? Who said that? I don't remember that. I would love to know. Chase, no, I can't believe how the team's completely fallen apart. The sad part is Keefe will probably get fired before Fitz. Probably. I think it could happen tomorrow. That'd be gross. He's allowed to scapegoat Keefe. And they're like, yeah, Keefe lost the room. Can him. That'd be insane. Tiva Darkwish, I bought 2 tickets to the Rangers Devils game in March. 5 rows in for the Devils bench. I'm trying to stay hopeful. Yeah, hopefully the game means something for the Devils at that point. Berube didn't want to come here. The Leafs was his number one job. Mechanicsville, you're still going? Yes, we are. Ash, my mom loves watching your after game streams and she loves how much you care even when we suck. Well, tell your mom I said thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. Pork roll-o-meter. This is the circuses part. Oh, so this was talking about Filipino night. In reference to Filipino night, they did nothing to promote it during the game. If you didn't know, you would have never known. They had giveaways lined up and a performance lined up, and that was canceled. Unbelievable. Goaler, there's 3 sides to a team. The team you see in person, the team you see on TV, the corporate/media side of the team. Don't let the corporate side affect your perception of the men that wear the jersey. No, I said I'll always love the team, but I certainly hate the organization. I do look at them as very different. The players are one thing. The rest of them leave a lot to be desired. 2 different worlds for sure. Benjamin, it's hard. I can't imagine. Obviously, you have a long-term commitment and should have been seen as an asset. No, it's fine, man. I have nightmares about Keefe coaching my team, literal nightmares. Can we have a live reaction to Keefe? I'll make a I'll probably make a video that we'll talk about at some point or live. I don't know. I want to watch it in my bed. I don't want to get any more angry. Between the game, you people needling me for the story, I don't want any more aggravation. Evan says nobody's buying into Keefe's structure. Husky said, when Toronto fans feel sorry for us, this is what rock bottom looks like. Max Senchus, I watched Keefe baby the Leafs players for 8 years and lose in the first round every time. That comment hurt me in the spine. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's a great camera. I just saw 9-0 Jersey lost and they had 46 shots. I vomited. Terrible. Keefe has had it. He'll be glad to let go. Maybe it will feel like a mercy bullet. Coaster Crockett says the team keeps sucking this bad. The only thing I'll be looking forward to is the 2026 Trenton ECHL team. Is that official? Diva Darkwish, on a brighter note, do you have any cool Upper Deck patch auto cards? If so, do you have a favorite? No. I kind of got out of cards a long time ago and started collecting other stuff. Chowski, it's not always about the coaches. The players have no pride in playing for this team and show that by their lack of effort when that produces, or which then produces the inconsistency we have been seeing for years. Snow Devil said, did Keefe lose the room or did the room lose themselves? Maybe a little bit of both. Comment was too far back and I can't see it. You read it quickly and moved on. If the gentleman is still on here, you can repost it. Someone wrote it in here. I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever. I really didn't want to tell the story because it just pissed me off some more. It's even more ridiculous than that, but that's the short of it. Pride and respect on the bright side. People leave companies and move on or up, and new ones come in. Maybe once this organization gets some fresh blood, they'll be more open with new faces. Yeah, I wish. This is a lifetime appointment. Sadly, this person will be disrespecting folks for years to come. You ready for the Rangers Devils no scoring cinemas in March? Hopefully we get some fisticuffs, show some heart. Ace, an ace is 9 a.m. Latvia time. You need some sleep, my guy. Soon enough. Soon enough. Benjamin says, as we say on X, the noticing will continue. RMA, thanks for the story, Ace. I'll buy you a beer when I see you at the Rock, whenever that is. Maybe never again. Oh, it is official. They're relocating the Utah Grizzlies to Trenton, and they'll start playing in the 26-27 season. They haven't announced the name yet. Well, is that going to become the Devils' ECHL affiliate, or are they going to stay with the Adirondack Thunder? Imagine being Filipino and paying money to attend Filipino Heritage Night, and you literally see nothing representing your culture throughout the game. For some, that would be enough to never attend another game. I'm not surprised. Good show, Ace. Good night, Husky. To a members only full storytelling on stream. Oh, God. There's no point, man. And some things in life you have to just laugh. It is what it is. Things started going south with the Timo trade. Trade for Ottinger and Igor Shesterkin. Ryan, respect. I'm happy to see this franchise being blasted online from all 32 fan bases, including our own. It's needed a rude awakening for a while now. Not to mention other players taking jabs at us. Who? I don't think anything's going to matter, guys. Obviously, I've been on here the whole time. I haven't seen anything since right after the game. Or actually, sorry, since the third period. Jason, no, I can't believe this is our hockey season. Wait all summer for this garbage. I know. And we're 9 months away from the start of next season, which may not even be a promising season, depending on what happens. They need to get national attention. Maybe we'll finally get something to happen. I don't know, man. Who's going to chant if the arena is empty? It's a good point. My dog for GM, time to clean house from top to bottom. We could only wish. YouTube, bro, never question your dedication. 4-hour post-game. Awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you. Gregston says, Devils have not had a goalie since Brodeur. Corey Schneider was wasted on a bad Devils team for like a couple years. He was very good. Thanks, Evan. I think he might be getting canned. I think he might be escaped. But again, I do believe Fitzgerald has lots of blood on his hands, as do these players. Benjamin says, things went south when we built that mausoleum in Newark. We have sucked ever since. It's the mummies. Nothing good has happened in that building outside of a couple games. Chowski says, Paul Bissonnette called Devils fans Looney Tunes after the Pasha tweet. It's definitely not. Biz is just not aware of all the things going on and have been going on. Barzell said, that's obviously not the New Jersey Devils who played tonight. Gotta laugh out of the room. Wow. The man from Jersey salutes you, Ace, for being live at 2 a.m. Dedication. We're all dooming together tonight. Max Sanchez says, Keith, let the Leafs have a DJ during practices and apologize to Marner for calling him out after a shit game because he didn't want to hurt his feelings. Keith is the problem. Did this really happen? You should have kept Hall. That wasn't going to change anything, though. Jason knows that Hank wasn't happy with leaving Markey in the whole game. I agree with him. Again, that wasn't going to matter. The only thing I could think of is that Keith was either trying to send a message to the team or he was simply just trying to preserve Jake Allen for the next game, knowing that this one was already lost. Diva Dark Wish, let's not forget Dawsey. He might not be a gift from the hockey gods, but I really wish they gave him a contract. He can't wait to run away from this franchise. Right, and respect. That is the New Jersey Devils you played for sure. It's what they are. Jason, now we gave up Logan Thompson. Look at him now, even Blackwood. Snow Devil waiting for the season all summer really sucked, but at this point, I'm not even really looking forward to next season. If I'm being honest, I'm not really either. I'm looking for something. You guys have anything else? What a horrible night. What a horrible night. Is the DJ at practice comment legit? This is interesting. I've never seen a Leafs fan go so hard. The quicker your organization fires Keefe is the quicker you can move on to be a better team. Keep in mind, though, Max Sanchez, like your core in Toronto, this group has underachieved under several other coaches before. It's not like, they were an amazing team and then Keefe came here and they sucked. Like, they've mostly sucked their entire careers. And with that, get rid of them while they still have value. Bina, what a wild night. I'm fading and real. Can't imagine all the stuff online about the Devils. What a show. Took the Cup champs to 7. Riders like Keefe came into issues that were here long. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many problems. All right, guys, my last break, and then I'm going to shut it down. I'm dying. Appreciate all of you. I'll leave you with this Markstrom stat. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to get a water. Thoughts, comments, questions, suggestions. Like the suggestions. Hit me with what you got in the chat, and we'll wind this thing down. Appreciate all of your support, as always. Appreciate you staying up super late on, if you're on the East Coast, after what was arguably one of the worst regular season losses in Devils history. Good night, Pollock. All right, guys, we'll be back 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let me get my tea out of here. say the stats do Markstrom dirty. Some of those shots were perfectly placed, but you got to have some of those, man, especially in a game like this. Like, given, I don't know if you're aware, but the last game we got handled by the Canes. They've owned us forever. Lukehughes got booed. The horror. Oh, that those stats weren't updated. Oh, my God. I didn't think they were. Yes, they don't update the stats as quickly as they update the standings. But my God. Yo, I'm curious. Can you guys tell me in the chat, what do you watch these streams on? I'm curious. Let me know. Do you watch on a phone, a pad, a TV? What are you watching the stream on right now? Here it is, guys. My God. Goals against a 3.48 and a save percentage of 878. Holy cow. That is absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. That is a bad one. Poor Markey, man. He got sold a bill of goods too. I feel bad for him because he could have went to who knows what would have happened. Obviously, it's like revisionist history, but other teams wanted him. He could have went to a contender where maybe none of this would have happened. You never know. Right in respect, if they fire him, Fitz has to go. I'd be okay if they both went, but if it's just Keith, then this franchise goes nowhere. If it's just Keith, I'm going to be livid. If it's everybody, I'm fine. If it's everybody, I'm fine. If it's just Keith and Fitz days. Yeah, right?
And how about those Devils? How about those Devils? And how about those Devils? How about those Devils?
Absolutely brutal. The Islanders are a fun team to watch, man. They really are. I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for them because, like I've told you, some of you guys before, I would go with my buddy Pat. We'd cut high school. The tickets in the Coliseum were dirt cheap. And we'd go there and get autographs and feast and go watch games. It was awesome. During the Michael Pekka, Sean Bates, Mark Parrish days. All right, so we got Max is on an iPhone. Ryan in respect is a TV. But us move lately. I've been sailing the high seas for the games. Tamagotchi, PC, TV. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends on age. I typically, unless I'm in the car when I don't watch it, I'll listen. But if I'm home, I'm not watching shit on my phone. Occasionally, if I'm at my desk, I'll put it on the computer. But most of the time, I'm a TV guy. Bina, I appreciate you, Ace. Thanks for taking so much time to talk to everyone. I see you, good Devils fan. Yeah, thanks, man. Pad and the TV. We got another pad. Did the iPad fail to make it as a major technology? I see they still sell them, but at one point, wasn't it supposed to be the thing? And then I feel like the phones kind of cut into them. PC and the phone. We got another pad. RGM Fitz is in witness protection because no one's seen or heard from him in months. Desktop or phone or TV? Desktop now. So you're just sitting at your computer, Greg? I love it. Ash, I watch on my TV, phone, computer, and sometimes living room TV when my parents want to watch something else. I feel like a girl giving advice to another girl about my ex who beat me up regularly. Fire Keith. Oh, my God, that's a great analogy. The fact that you're saying this, I mean, it's not going to completely change my mind, but I was a big Keith defender up until a couple days ago. He lost a lot of points to me after the last game. I didn't like his presser, and I know when I watch this one, I'm probably going to be livid. Backs and racks his Markstrom career over, giving up first shot goals again. Hopefully not. Dahlia Alien, if they fire Fitz, that means we get Kate Madigan. That's better. I don't think they would do that. And I think that, Fitz and his whole administration must go. We got another phone. B-Now, does another organization give Markey 2 extra years so fast? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There was no reason to. We had all the time in the world. I did speculate, though, why I thought it happened. I think maybe they believed that it was weighing on Markey, and, if he had the deal in place, he'd settle down and start playing better. But that was a big gamble, and if I had to bet my life on it, I would say it's a gamble that's not going to work out. Now, that deal is for next year and the year after, so there's obviously a chance that it can work out, but my God, Axe is really down on Keefe. Corey says, got tickets to the game in Edmonton. Don't really want to go see them get lit up in person. McDavid, 10-point night. Lots of iPads used for school and college work. My brother lives by it. Brandon says, my entertainment is not Netflix or anything, so no TV for me at the computer. Buttersmooth, for the record, right up on the mic. There's no longer distorting, loud and clear. I think I was just too close, like you said. But my voice is fucked up, so I thought I had to be closer. But because of the raspiness, yeah, I'm back. Depending on your software, you might be able to use a compressor to bring up the volume a bit when distant. Snowdevil says, surprised YouTube doesn't show. It does, but I mean, I have an idea, and it does show you, but I like to ask people that are like in here. I will tell you on the last live, I'll just show you guys. I mean, I don't know that you care about this, but I'll just show it because we're talking about it. This is from the Carolina Live. $54% on a phone, 21% on a computer, 20% on a TV, and 6% on a tablet. Yeah, the phone is wild to me. More than half of people are like, I don't know, I'm trying to visualize this. Like, where are the half of the people watching a live at night on their phone? Are you sitting on your couch with the TV on? Are you in your bed? I'm definitely a TV guy. So people are in bed on the phone. It's funny. I guess I've done that before, but it's also easy with the TV now. I'm typically a TV guy. I try to disconnect from the phone as much as possible. We're already so reliant on it. Devs fan 202. Devs beating the Rags in 23 may have been the peak for this team, which is sad and on Fitz, as great as that was. That was definitely the peak. That is definitely the peak. Watch on your way to work. Okay, I like that. I don't have a TV in my room because I'm not a boomer. So are you younger? And if you're younger, you don't have a TV in your room? Please enlighten me. Mr. Fire Keefe. Explain to me what that means. I don't have a TV in my room because I'm not a boomer. I feel attacked. And technically, I'm not a boomer. Just so you know. Craig, a lot of people use phones because they can watch anywhere. Some people only got internet on the phone. How many people could that be, realistically, that are amongst the people watching these videos? Obviously, in the world, there's a ton. But bigger screens distort the pixels. I mean, it depends on the quality, I guess, of your phone screen versus. It is interesting. I have watched back some videos that I've done. On different devices. Different screens do look different. Oh, look at this. Dahlia Alien watching on TV, typing in the chat on the phone. That's kind of my move. That's what I've done. Typically, I don't watch a ton of streams, but if I am going to write something, I do that exact move, Dahlia. I type it on my phone and watch it. It's so funny. I couldn't watch a phone for this long. My eyes would burn out.
Got an iPad floor stand to watch in bed. I'm still waiting for Max. The man from Jur's phone is so versatile. I watch these while in bed trying to sleep. Okay. Backs Ace, hope the Devils don't become the next Vegas Raiders. 3 Super Bowls, 3 Cups, and then garbage the rest of the team's existence. It certainly looks like it could be. Certainly looks like it could be. Max Sentius, why would I have a TV in my room? TV is 50 inches across the room, but my phone is 5 inches in front of my face. It's physics. It's the same size and cheaper. I could not disagree with you more. This is a wild take. I'm curious to know what the rest of you people think about this. And you're sitting there holding it? I don't want to hold shit. I put my pillows up. I stack them nice. I try to prop myself up. I'm not holding nothing, hands-free. I'm watching on the television. I'm so curious what other folks think about this. I'm genuinely amazed right now. $23-foot peak. I don't know what the hell is that. But move Ace was Gen Z at the start of the season, but the stress of these games. Well, that's not buying cable. Fine, that I can see. Chowski said, so you don't watch movies or TV shows while in bed before you sleep? Oh, you guys are funny. The man from Jersey, I also have a YouTube premium, so I listen to your daytime lives while I'm working. No, that makes sense. I'm talking about when you're watching it live, though. Yeah, TV, you got to use the, you got to use the phone. I do on my phone right in front of my face. I rest it on a pillow and it saves me $600. TVs are stupid cheap now. Ace the Husky Stars, I'm at work. Devs fan, I'm a boomer and no TV in the bedroom. Plus, this got people typing a lot here. Right in respect, I have a stand on the back of my phone case. Sometimes I'll use it and put it next to me on my desk while I'm doing something. I also like the YouTube feature when I can go to other apps and you become a small bubble on my screen over the other apps. But a healthier to not have a TV in your room. Watching anything is better on a big TV, but bringing the phone around the house is convenient. That is true. Chowski says, I live in Canada where times are hard right now. Don't have money to waste. Times are hard in the States too, my guy. Chowski said, as someone who's watched movies and TV shows, I'd never watch it on my phone. Same, unless I'm on an airplane and I don't have a choice. Snow Devil, don't know what it is about YouTube, but I almost always watch YouTube on my phone. Or it's going to watch NHL lowlights. I can get theater mode on my computer, so don't need to watch on my 65-inch keyboard. Max, I'm watching on the fly on TV while you're on the iPad. But I cast from my phone to TV if I'm watching TV, but searching YouTube. Yeah. Max Sanchez just going out and saying it. First time here, and I love this post-game show. You guys have a gem with this guy. Thank you, sir. As I said to a few other fans of other teams that popped by earlier, it means a lot, especially coming from fans of other teams. Again, I obviously love my fellow Devils fans, but, they're sort of biased towards me because I am talking about their team. And so when people that are fans of other teams say nice things and hang out, it means a little extra just because they are not a fan of the team I'm talking about. So I really appreciate that, Max. Thank you. I do think you have probably nudged me closer towards the Keefe fate. And I'm pretty sure after I watch his post-game presser from tonight, I'm going to be furious and be like, Max was right. Keefe, get him out of here. He apologized to Marner. Beat out 2023, we beat the Rags, was the Devils' peak performance. Oh, it definitely was for this group. Not the Devils franchise, but for this group, absolutely. It's the only playoff round they won. Of course, that was the peak performance. There's nothing even remotely comparable. That is the peak performance. It is the only performance. You think the Islanders should have chilled after 6 goals? Never. No mercy. No mercy, man. I wouldn't want the Devils to give up. How good do the Islanders feel after that game? My God. Gabagool guy, I usually watch my TV and comment through my phone. Subfail. Nico and Bratson, 17-18. Jackson's 19-20. None of them are moving the needle. Get rid of these losers. Totally understandable. They've won nothing. They've won absolutely nothing. The man from Jersey, strictly phone. I watch everything on the phone. If I get up and have to use the restroom, I bring the phone. I only have a TV because my wife kept bugging me to get one. Max, the only reason why I'm here is because I hate Keefe for what he did to me. Yo, this man really messed you up. He really messed you up. Brian says it's a soft one, Ace. No emotion from Keefe, no fire, nothing. Really disappointing. Man, and I really was convinced that I was accurate in my sort of assessment of him when he in Toronto said the team needed to show some balls. I was like, this is the guy. But then to go there and walk it back with that Carolina game and be like, what he said after that, and he can't possibly bench a guy because he might not play good for weeks. Like, come on, man. That ain't it. That ain't it. Chowski says, us Devils and Leafs fans have a lot in common right now. Yeah, underperforming cores. Dev said, Max, your current coach seems like no day at the beach either. Berube's at least a hard ass. I know he's at least going to, try to push his players to succeed. Right, he looked animated on the bench during the game, but that obviously did not work. Bring back Pete DeBoer, at least to hold players accountable. I honestly don't think any one coach is fixing this team. It's going to take a GM swapping out a lot of these pieces and some time. It's the only performance that said we had so much potential. Yeah. Max Sanchez, I like your team and players a lot, and I'm serious. I despise Keith. I love that man. I loathe that man for what he did to the Leafs and every single presser saying we outshot them and played well. We learned a lot of lessons. I'm scarred. Snow Devil, it's nice so many fans of rival organizations came out tonight to wish us their condolences because they know what a mess this is. Yeah, coach is not fixing this team. It's going to take a wise GM, a lot of moves, and a lot of patience. Hopefully it could be more of like a retool, but honestly, like it may require nearly a full-blown rebuild. I don't know. I still think it could be more of a retool, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not against ripping it entirely down at this point. It's completely broken. Right, and respect. I just can't believe the fact our own GM handcuffed himself. Really? You can't? Yeah, he didn't cry, but he looked very upset. Chowski, I love that the face of the Leafs is one of, if not the best player for the States. Obviously, talking about Austin Matthews. All right, guys. My voice is damaged. I appreciate all of you for your continued support, for coming out and commiserating after these brutal losses. A 9-0 curb stomping at the hands of the Islanders at UBS Arena is just unforgivable on so many levels. There must be sweeping changes. I said what I had to say. I don't think a team that could lose a game like tonight's in the fashion they did will ever do anything. I do not think they miss the playoffs. I do not think they make the playoffs. Rather, I'm delirious. I don't think they make the playoffs, and it may or may not be close. At this point, I don't even care. I don't think they make it. I still hope they do. But, come on. This was as gutless of a performance as I've ever seen. This is arguably the most spineless New Jersey Devils club of all time. 9-0, not a single penalty, not a fight, not a nothing. Just accepting it and move on to the next. More garbage. I'm sure I'm going to be livid when I watch the post-game interviews. I'll probably do a live or video about all this tomorrow. State of the team after I collect my thoughts. Watch all this stuff. It's obviously not going to be positive, but I'm furious. This sucks. It's a tough time to be a Devils fan, guys. What else can I say? But appreciate all of you. I will continually watch this team and root for them till the day I die. I'm probably not going to be going to games for quite some time for all the reasons I spelled out here tonight. And yeah, that's it. I'm shot. Physically, emotionally, mentally exhausted and drained from being a diehard fan of this team. And I know many of you are too. That's it, guys. I don't even know. By the end of the season, I may lose any shred of sanity I have left. But thank you, guys. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. I got stuff in the works. And that's it. That's it. Thank you all for watching. I love you all. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Until next time, friends, let's go Devils.